With CreateStudio, making professional videos is easy, even if you've never done it before. In our intuitive drag and drop editor, you can import media, add text, images, and audio, and enhance your videos with motion graphics, text presets, and much more. Effortlessly animate any layer in just one click, using our built-in motion presets. You can also create your own custom animations with advanced options and custom easing on our full-feature timeline. Build your own character explainer videos with premium 2D and 3D characters. Simply select a character, choose an action, and animate. Adjust the size of your video to fit social, mobile, and other popular formats. Once you're ready, publish your video in your preferred resolution. Creating incredible videos has never been easier. So whether you need a promotional video, a social story, or a gorgeous character explainer, CreateStudio is the perfect tool for both entrepreneurs and creators, giving you the flexibility to simply create. So what are you waiting for? Make better videos faster today.
Welcome to CreateStudio. I'm Arnie, and I'm going to give you a brief tour of everything you get with the CreateStudio standard package with commercial license included. Let's first take a look at the studio assets. There are a lot of pre-made scenes for you to choose from. Just hover over the scene to see what it's like. The characters are broken down by style, with 2D and 3D character sets. You'll notice throughout this tour that the ones with the blue download icon are available with the standard package. Some have nothing, which are ones I've already downloaded, and others have a green shopping cart, which are available for purchase or are included in the All Access Pass. As you can see, there are a lot of 3D and 2D characters available. There are scene transitions. Next, let's look at icons. There are 2D icons, all included in the standard package, as well as 3D icons. Backgrounds, again 3D backgrounds, and there are many more available for All Access Pass or purchase. And 2D backgrounds. Various types of typography. And as you can see, there is a preview up at the top. Social elements. .3D devices. Emojis. And all of the emojis are animated. And the modern and 3D ones are available for purchase or for All Access Pass. Lots of various video effects, all included in the standard package. For example, electrical, energy, lines, and many more. Various animated shapes, and scroll stoppers. At the top of the page, we can add text, and there are many fonts available. And you can also upload your own font. Shapes, And with all assets, you can apply motion transitions and advanced techniques such as borders, shadows, coloration, filters, etc. There are also many other icons and illustrations, devices, hundreds and hundreds of icons, illustrations, isometric objects, 3D objects, scene objects, SVGs, and you can upload any of your own graphics and images, all included in the standard package. Let's now go to the media section and the media library. Here you have Pexels integration, which is free. Here you can import royalty-free images and video. You can get Pixabay integration and audio integration for a one-time fee. This includes hundreds of background audio tracks as well as sound effects. And remember, you can upload your own audio tracks, including voiceover, music, and sound effects with the standard package. Now let's look at templates. We're going to exit out of this project and go to Store. Here, CreateStudio offers you dozens and dozens of pre-made templates that can be imported into the studio. If you look at the free versions, all the ones in blue are included in the standard package. The green ones are available for purchase or for the All Access Pass. There are logo intros included, and if we hover over them, we can see them play. And as you can see, there are many to choose from. The standard package has a ton of options and is well worth the price. All feature updates are included, such as Doodle animation, custom fonts, saving presets, and more. And with the All Access Pass, your monthly fee includes everything available, plus monthly updates. If you're looking to make your own animated videos, there's nothing on the market like CreateStudio, so why not give it a try today?
In this video, you're going to learn how to create a new project. So first of all, simply click on Create New Project, give your project a name, and then you can select a resolution for your video. Now if you want a vertical video for mobile stories, simply select Stories. If you want a square video, select Facebook and Instagram, or you can select any of these other 16:9 standard ratios. You can also add a custom resolution by simply adding in your inputs in these fields here. Now you can adjust the background default color over here. Let's say we want to make it white, and click on Create Project Now. Okay, so this is the editor, and on the right hand panel you'll be able to see our project settings. Now to open these settings, if they're not currently open, click on the settings icon over here, and you can go through and adjust the resolution again if you want to adjust it. Let's say you want to make it a Facebook video. You can change the project name. You can also adjust the default background color. And we've got advanced settings over here, so things like autosave. So if you want your project to autosave, simply turn it on. You can adjust the time frames that it saves upon, so let's say 2 minutes. You can adjust the default background color of the canvas, so if you want to make it lighter, this is a really helpful tool. And you can also adjust whether you want to turn on or off the guidelines on the canvas on the timeline, as well as the snapping on the timeline and on the canvas. So if I turn those on, like so, and I'll add a shape. Let's make the shape black. You'll see when I come close to the lines or other objects, you can see that the guidelines and the snapping is in place. So those are the main project settings inside CreateStudio. In this video, I'm going to run you through a quick basic outline of the timeline. So to add any media to your timeline, simply drag and drop it onto the canvas, and you'll see that it gets added directly onto your timeline. So we can then go through and zoom in and out of the timeline. Basically, wherever your time indicator is where the zoom will start going into. So you can see it zooms straight into where your time indicator is. So if you position that to the start, it will zoom in from there like that. Okay. Also over here, this is our layer. We can go through and rename this layer. So it says, call this one logo, for example. I can hide the element from the canvas. I can then go ahead and show that. I can also lock the element so that now I can't select it. And this is great when you've got a whole bunch of elements on your canvas and you just want to work with certain ones without having them moved if you already add your element in place. You can also hide your element from the timeline, and this is really helpful. Let's say, for example, you've got a whole bunch of layers. I'm just going to add a whole bunch of layers on here. So let's say you've got all these elements here and you've made your scene and you're happy with them, but you don't want to edit them anymore. So what you could do is you could either lock them all and then hide them, or you could just simply click on this icon here like this and select the layers that you want to hide from the timeline and click on this icon here, and you can see now that it's hidden these layers from the timeline, but it's still visible on the actual video. And this is just to help you to keep your timeline more neat and compact and organized. Okay, so if you want to see those layers again, you simply click on that icon, and if you want to unhide them from your timeline, just deselect those ones and you'll see you've got them back here again. Okay, so those are the main features in terms of operating the timeline. You can also drag your media. So if you've got images, you can go ahead and drag them as long as you like, resizing them basically like this. You can simply click on it and move it as well into the right order that you want it to appear on. And for your layers, you basically have an extra layer down here. If you drop it down, you can add animations. Okay, so you can add custom animations or motion presets that you can add, for example, slide right like this. And you can adjust the duration of your animation by simply clicking and dragging like that. So if I delete this one, right click delete, I can go through and add a different animation, let's say scale, and I could then go through and make it smaller. You best see it animates like that. So there's another video where we go through more advanced animations and really go into animations, but this is just a quick demo of that. Okay. Also, if you've got all these tracks open, I'll just unhide these ones. So often, like when you're animating elements, you can see like we've got different tracks open, and it's quite big. Okay, so what you can do is collapse all these tracks by clicking on this icon here. Just collapse everything. And especially when you're trying to reorganize or rearrange things on the timeline, it's easier to drag and drop elements like this when the layers are collapsed. If they're all open like this, it's a little bit more difficult to position things. So if you want to move things up and down, just simply collapse it and then drag it like so. Okay, and yeah, that's about it in terms of the timeline. If you want to see more advanced options and animating, then go on to the next video and we'll go through animations on timeline. In this video, you're going to learn how to work with characters inside CreateStudio. So first of all, on the left hand side panel, you'll be able to see we've got the studio builder over here. And what I can do is go over to backgrounds. I'm just going to go grab a background first of all to start my project. So I'm going to click on this gem, just drag and drop it onto the canvas, and you'll be able to preview your background. Okay, so you can go into the background by double clicking on it, and you can see the separate elements over here. And if you want to delete something or move something to a different position, you can do that. And they all have preset motion animations on them, so you can adjust them if you want it as well. You can just drop down over here and change the motion preset, or you can delete it. Okay, so that's the background. I'm just going to go back out of here. And what I'd like to do when you're creating your videos and you've got your background already set, a good thing to do is just simply lock the background, and that means that when you're adding other elements on top, you won't be able to move the background, and it's kind of nice to have it all set in place like that. So let's go and grab a character. So I'm going to grab this girl over here and just simply drag and drop it onto the canvas. You can position it as you like. You can make it bigger or smaller. It's really that simple. So I'm just going to drag her over to the start. And you can see if I just play this through right now, that we've got the background animating in, and we've got her in an idle kind of position. For these animated characters, for the supreme ones over here, these ones, they basically start in an idle position and then they do the action and they go back into the idle position, meaning that you can add multiple actions and it will work in a seamless kind of loop. So let's go ahead and create some actions. So first of all, if you haven't seen the actions, what you can do is simply drop down this over here, and you have two different lines. The first one is actions, and the next one is for animations, okay? So let's go ahead and work on the actions in this demo. So simply click on the action. Once it's selected, you'll be able to see a drop-down menu, and just drop it down and you can select an action for your character. So let's say we want to go with wave, okay? And then what I can do is if I want to add another action, just simply click on add action, and let's go with dumbbells, okay? So if I preview this, you can see we've got the wave action, it goes back to idle and then into the dumbbells, and then back to idle, okay? So that's how easy it is to go and work with your characters. If you wanted to actually go through and you know, make her wave from the left hand, what you can do is simply flip her, and you can see that it makes the actions now all go from the left hand side, like that. So yeah, you can play around with these kind of things. So that's just a basic overview and intro into working with characters. In the following video, I'm going to show you how to create some animations as well with the characters, like things like walking from a certain position to another, and some other helpful tips. Hi, in this video, you're going to learn how to create a walking sequence with a character inside CreateStudio. So I'm just going to go grab my character and drag and drop her onto the canvas. And what I'm going to do is select a different action. So I'll select the action, go to the drop down menu and go to walk in. Okay, so now I've got this nice walking in kind of animation, but we also want her to move while she's walking. So to do that, I'm first going to just crop this action and make it about 2 seconds long, because it's quite a long walking sequence and I want it to appear a bit faster. I'm just going to zoom in a bit closer into the timeline so you can see it a bit better. And now what I'm going to do is on the right hand panel, click on motion and go to in and slide right. Okay, and if I just drag this up a bit to make it a bit longer, I'm also going to right click and disable fade so that she appears, you know, as she's walking. And if I just preview this, you can see we've got a really nice looking action. So I'm also going to click on add action and then add a new action. Let's say wave, like that. So once she appears, she's then going to wave and say hi to everyone. And one other thing as well that you might notice is that her starting point right now is on the screen, and you may not want her to start on the screen. So what you can do is with the animation selected, slide right, click on the settings panel, and you can just simply drag this over a little bit so you can adjust the starting point of the animation. So if we just preview this again, and that's how nice that looks, okay? What I'm also going to show you how to do is create custom animations. If you want it to make a walk off, you can do the same thing without. But let's go ahead and click on add action and go to walk out like this. And again, I'll just crop this so it's about 2 seconds long or so. I'll just zoom in a bit closer. Okay, so now she kind of turns, and at this point she starts walking, okay? So at this point here, I'm just going to click on the plus button for animations, and I'm going to select position, okay? So now we've basically activated the position animations, and we can adjust the start and end point of the action, okay? So the start point is right here, where she is, and I'm going to move the indicator to the end, and then I'm just going to simply drag her off. You could either go like this, or you could you know, use these ones, maybe let's say 3,000 or so. But I'll just maybe make it a bit simple, just drag her completely off like this, off the screen, okay? So if we just go back over here, and if I just preview this, okay, so as you can see, the action was quite fast and it looked a bit abrupt. So what I want to do is just right click on this animation, go to easing, and what I'm going to do is just go with linear, okay? So let's go with both linear, and let's just preview that. Okay, great. So now the easing is basically just making a fluid motion from start to finish. There's no like different type of animation easing, so it just looks like a simple, walking sequence like that. So that's how you can, create walking sequences inside CreateStudio. Have a go and try it out for yourself. In this video, I want to show you how to edit templates that you bring in from the template library. So this template here has 5 shapes or so in the background. It's got a hand with a phone and some different elements on here. But right now, as you can see, you can't actually select the shapes, you can't adjust them, you can't select the hand. And the reason why is because we've locked them. And the reason why you can't see it right now on the timeline is because they've been hidden. Okay, and we do this to make it more simple for you to edit them. Elements that have animations and that don't really need to be changed, we basically lock them. But if you do want to see them and change them, you can often click on this icon and you'll see the hidden layers. Okay, so currently, you've got the shapes locked. So if I unlock the shapes right now and I double click on them, I can go in here and I can make changes. I could change up the colors. Let's say I'll make this one white, for example, something like that. Then I could go back out of here into the main project. You can see it's been instantly updated like that. Okay. Also for this this hand, I can go through and change the video. So if I just select the video here and click on replace, I can go and grab a different video. Let's say, for example, this one here. And if I just play this through, you can see I've got my nice video screen added in there like that. Now another thing that you can do, for example, if your video is longer than the one that was previously, or you wanted to resize and make the video longer, so what you could do is just drag out these text layers and make them the same length as that video, like so. But then I also need to go through and unlock this and make sure that this is the same length as well. And I'll go through also with the audio. I'll probably make it the same length, and I'm going to unlock the hand, make it the same length. Now with these shapes, because they're in a group, we need to go into the group, and often by default you'll see like just the layers here like this. Okay, so you can see the shapes, but you can't see the actual other elements on the timeline. So it will make it a bit hard to actually resize to see to the same length as duration as the other elements. So we've added this option to show all layers. If you left click on there, now you can see all the layers outside of your group. Okay, so you can see kind of a faded example. And what you can do is, if I just zoom in a bit closer, I can go through and resize these layers. And with the timeline snapping and the guidelines, it really makes it easy to just go and drag out all these layers and make sure that they're the same duration as the entire video. So if I go back out of this now, you have to see that the shapes have been put into the same size. And the same thing I'll do with this App Store button. I'll just go through and drag these all out. Just make sure that this is selected so that you can see all the layers outside of it. Okay. So if we go back over here, now you can see that everything's been updated and made the same duration as the video. I could go through and collapse all these like so. And again, if I wanted to hide some layers, let's say I wanted to hide the audio track, and I just simply click on this icon. Now there's only 4 tracks on the timeline, but everything's visible on the actual video. So those are just some helpful tips in terms of editing. When you bring in some different templates, you may not be able to find certain elements. So just simply click on this icon. And again, when editing things, it's often quite helpful if you just, for example, these shapes, just maybe lock them and then they're no longer in the way. You do the same thing with the hand, and certain elements that you don't need to basically edit anymore, just lock them, and it just makes things a lot easier. Okay, so that's how to edit templates inside CreateStudio. In this video, you'll learn how to import media into CreateStudio. So on the left-hand side, you'll see a media panel, and if you click on the plus icon, you can bring in any media into CreateStudio. So I'm just going to select everything here and click on Open. And you'll be able to see that we've got an SVG. This one's a compound shape. We've got a video. You can also preview your videos up here. This one's a SVG with multiple layers. We've got image, logo, and another image. So what you can do now to customize your content is simply drag and drop it on the canvas over here. Now, because this is a compound shape, it means that I can go through and adjust the color of this SVG, and you can go through and select gradients, radial, linear, or just a simple fill color, and really customize your SVGs. And over on the right panel, you can go through and obviously add up some really nice animations like so. Okay, also we've got this graph over here. So this one's a SVG image with multiple layers. So if I drag and drop this one over here, you see we have the options to import it as an image. If I do that, it will just be one flat image like this, and you won't be able to adjust the colors. If I go through and grab it again and import it as elements, then it imports the 3 separate elements, and we can go through and customize the design and add animations to them separately like so. Okay, so that's how you import media into CreateStudio. In this video, you'll learn how to create a simple looping animation inside CreateStudio. So first of all, I'm just going to go and grab a shape. So I'm going to go grab this circle shape, make sure it's centered, and I might go and change the color. So let's give it a nice gradient style, like so. Okay, so now I've got my shape. What I want to do is basically create an animation. So I'm going to go on the timeline and drop down the animation options, and click on plus, and I'm going to select scale. Okay, so I'm basically going to go through and create a looping animation, making the circle go bigger and smaller in a continual loop. So what I need to do is set the start property or the end property. So I'm going to go and change the start property, make it smaller. So I'm just going to bring it down like so, maybe to 39. And now you can see that it's added that animation. So it's gone from this point to that point. Okay. I might make it a little bit smaller actually, maybe let's say 30. And what I'm going to do is adjust the easing of this animation. I'm going to select both, so it's power to both. This is going to make it a lot smoother when transition. So this is the first animation like that. And what I'm going to do is simply right click, duplicate reverse, and I'm going to do this as many times as I want it to loop. And it basically recreates the same animation going up and down. Okay, so if I preview this through, and you see how easy and simple that looks, and it just looks really, really good, and you can quickly create these looping animations. We're going to be also adding in looping animations here, some presets, but that's how you can go through and create a really nice looking looping effect inside CreateStudio. In this video, you're going to learn how to animate any element with just a click using our motion presets. So right now I've just got a shape here, and if you select your element, so whether it be a text layer, an image, a shape, or a video, you can simply select your layer and click on motion. And this is where we've got our motion presets, where you can basically select animations that have already been created for you, and you can add them to your elements and quickly animate anything really, really fast. So let's say, for example, we want to create a zoom animation, and I'm going to go with elastic scale up. I just simply click on it to preview, and if I want to add it, I simply click on the checkbox, and that adds the animation to the element. So it's as simple as that, just like that. You can also select different animations. So let's say we want to go with something like a bouncing ball. So I could go to slide, and I could go to bounce slide bottom, this one here. If I apply this one to the shape, I can click and preview this, just like that. And you basically select where you want the animation to end. So let's say you want it to end at the bottom, like that. You can also adjust the animation settings. So with your animation selected, you have different types of settings. So this one, I've got it selected. I'm going to click on the settings icon here, and you have to see I've got different options. So I can either remove the fade so that it doesn't fade in. I can also adjust the starting position. So whether I want it to start off the screen, I can just bring it up. I could also choose if I want to start over, certain different sides horizontally as well. So I'm just going to start it like this and click on play. And you see we've got a really nice looking bouncing ball type animation. And you can do this with like a tennis ball or a football, different types of basketballs and things like that as well, and create really cool animations. So once you've got an animation like that, I'm just going to bring this, make it a little bit shorter, and I'm going to go select an out animation. And so it's going to bounce in like this, and then we're going to make it maybe slide or maybe even distort. Let's go with distort like this, so it's kind of going to squish itself down like that. Okay, cool. So yeah, you can go ahead and just, preview all these animations. We're also constantly adding new animations in here in different presets, so you're going to have a massive library of animations. And if you want to learn how to create custom animations, go on to the next video where I'll show you how to custom animate any property inside CreateStudio. In this video, you're going to learn how to create some basic custom animations inside CreateStudio. So you can basically animate anything using motion presets, and these are the most simple way of animating. So you can simply select, for example, slide right, and you just simply clicking on these presets, you can create really cool looking animations. But what we're going to do is show you how to create more customized animations to your own liking. So let's go and delete this one. And what I'm going to do is basically drop down these properties. And you'll be able to see we've got this little plus icon. So if I click on that, it means I can add a custom animation. So once I've done that, then I can go through and basically choose the properties that I want to animate. So let's say I want to animate the scale. I'm just going to click on scale right there. And if I just go through and adjust the start point, we can create an animation. So at this point in the timeline, I want my shape to be this size, but I want to make it a bit like 0 basically, and to kind of scale in. So let's go to settings, and I'm going to bring it down to 0. And you'll be able to see when I play this through, now we have that animation. So we could adjust the duration, just drag it out, and you've got that animation like that. And what you can also do is click on this icon, or right click on here and click on easing. And you can go through and choose a different easing type. So we've got linear, which is just like a straight line basically, and we've got power 1. These have like an easing to the beginning and end if you select both, or just to the end if you choose out. You've got an overshoot one, an elastic one, and different types of kind of presets. So let's just choose back for this example, and if I just go and play this through, you can see how it kind of comes up, goes past the size, and then comes back down to the size that we set. So just like that. Now what we can also do is, if we want to adjust some other properties with this animation, we can right click on it, go to animation properties, or just click on the settings icon as well. And let's say we want to also animate the rotation. So I'm going to select rotation, and what I'm going to do is basically rotate it maybe 90 degrees like that. And if I play this through, you can see we've got this really nice looking rotation like that. And we can maybe do 90, minus 90 would look pretty cool too. Let's have a look at this one. Okay, like that. Now I might adjust the size, make it a little bit bigger. So I'll just bring it up and I'll center it like that. And let's preview this one more time. Okay, that's looking really good. So let's say also we want to create some other animations. We can just click on the plus icon, and maybe this time we want to adjust the position. Okay, so let's go and click on position. And what I'm going to do is come to the end where I want it to end, and I'm going to just move this maybe back off the canvas like so. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Okay, cool. So maybe with this one, it's quite an abrupt kind of start. So what I could do is just adjust this easing and go with both. So it adds easing to the in and the out of the animation. So let's just preview that now. And that looks a lot better. Maybe I'd adjust the speed to make it a little bit longer. Like that, okay? So that's just a quick overview of using custom animations. You'll be able to check out some more advanced tutorials on creating advanced animations with our custom presets. One last thing that I would show you as well is the rotation point over here. So by simply changing the rotation point, right now it's rotating at the middle of the object, so you can see it rotates in like that. But I can also go through and, for example, select the bottom corner, and now when it rotates, you'll see it rotates from this point here, okay? So you can create some pretty cool looking animations just by changing up the rotation point. Like that. So that one you probably want to move it across a little bit more, and there we go, we've got a really nice looking animation. So yeah, have some fun trying that out. And yeah, go and watch some other tutorials showing you more advanced things if you want to learn more about creating custom animations. In this video, you'll learn how to create simple animations with SVG images. Okay, so I've just brought in an SVG image over here with 3 separate layers, and I'm going to drag and drop it onto the canvas, and I'm going to select to bring it in as elements, okay? So if I just zoom in over here, I can see my separate layers, and if you like, you can go through and rename them. So let's call this one right, this one called middle, and this one called left. Okay, so you can go through and see them over here. Now you can also go through and click on your SVG shape and click on this color over here, and you can adjust the colors as you like. You can add gradients to them as well if you want to make it like so. So let's go and bring that up like that. So now that I've created my design, I'll just drag these into the middle, and I'm going to create some animations for these. Now you could just go through and select a motion preset. Let's say, for example, scale up like that, and you've got an animation, and you could adjust the rotation point. So right now it's animating from the middle. If I brought it down like this and I selected the bottom, you'll be able to see that it grows up like so. Okay, so you can use these custom presets which speed things up a lot. You could also go through and use something like a distort, like this one for example. They look pretty cool like this, and probably adjusting the duration to make it a bit faster would look really nice. And you could apply the same animation to each of these layers. So let's go and grab this one. I think it was this one, or this one here, and I'll select this one and bring it up. Okay, so if I just go through and drag these over like so. Okay, and you probably want to go through and maybe offset the start point a little bit like this. You could play around with that, and again you probably want to adjust the rotation point for these, each of the same elements, so that they do something like that. Okay, so that's a way you can use motion presets to animate your SVGs. I'm just going to bring these up into the right order that I want to bring them into, and I'm going to zoom in a bit closer. And now what I can do is basically use custom animations to animate them a little bit differently. So if I click on the plus icon, I'm going to animate the scale for this one. I'm going to drag this across over here, and what I'm going to do is set the start scale. So what I'm going to do is go to settings, I'm going to click on the lock icon to open it, and I'm going to adjust this this size over here. So I could either just drag like this down, or I could use the Y and just drag this down as well like that. So it starts at 0, and now it's going to end at the point over here like that. Okay, so the same thing would apply for this one. I'm just going to select it. I'm going to go click on the add animation. I'm going to select scale, just bring this over like so, and I might just go drag this down like that, and you'll be able to see I've got that animation, and then I'll do the same thing over here. Now what I could do is just create one animation and duplicate the 3 layers. That would have been a lot faster, but let me just bring the scale and do this separately as well. So I'll just bring this down, and now you're about to see we've got a really nice looking animation. Now another thing you can do is adjust the easing with custom animation. So you can either right click and click on easing to bring up the easing panel, or you could select the animation and click on the easing icon over here. And this is where you can see the type of easing that you want to use. So you can preview different easings, and these will just make your animation look a little bit different. So if this one, like this one for example, will make it overshoot. So if I just add that same animation to each of the layers, let's go with back, and this one again easing, and I'll select back. So if we play this through, you can see it goes up and then comes down a bit. So again, you can play around with these easings. We've got some really fun ones like elastic, and we plan to add a lot of other extra ones that you can use as well. So yeah, that's how you can go through and create some really cool looking animations using SVG shapes inside CreateStudio. Hey guys, we've got a really exciting new update inside CreateStudio, and that's our text-to-speech creator. So once you update to the latest version, which is 1.1, you'll be able to see on the media panel this icon here, text to speech. So simply click on that and you'll see it pop up, and here you basically just add your text. So say, hey, welcome to CreateStudio, like so. And then you can select an accent and also a voice. So let's say we just select Dave, for example. You can adjust the speed and the pitch and click on generate, and then simply click on preview. And you've got your text to speech voiceover. And when you want to add it to your media library, simply click on this button here, and this will add it to your media library. So if I bring this up again, what I'm going to do now is just type in a French text that I got from Google Translate. And what you can actually do is select a different language. So we've got English, obviously American, British, Australian. We've also got Spanish, German, French, and other languages down here as well. So I'm going to go ahead and select French for this one, because I've got it in French. And then I can go through and click on generate and click preview.
Bonjour, bienvenue dans CreateStudio. Profitez de notre nouveau créateur de synthèse vocale.
Great. So as you can see, got a really nice French speaking accent, and we've got different ones down here as well. So let's say I want to go with, let's say with Jacques, so we can get a male French voice.
Bonjour, bienvenue dans CreateStudio. Profitez de notre nouveau créateur de synthèse vocale.
And this is really powerful, especially if you want to start marketing into other languages. You can basically, create, the same video that you have and just use these text-to-speech languages, and you can start to market to a global audience, especially when you're doing different ads targeting different nations. You can have specific landing pages, and you can basically, use these text-to-speech voiceovers to communicate to people in different languages. So I hope you enjoy this. Again, once you add your script, just simply click on import to media library or add it into your media library. So if I bring this one over here. And to see this update, what you'll need to do is basically close the app and then open the app again. And after about 5 minutes or so, it will basically download the latest version. And when you go back into the welcome screen, you'll see a pop-up saying, download is ready, and click to restart, and it will basically restart it, and you'll see this option to it with the text-to-speech. So if I just grab this text-to-speech, drag it onto the timeline, I can go through and click on this drop-down to see the actual waveform as well. And if I click on play.
Bonjour, bienvenue dans CreateStudio. Profitez de notre nouveau créateur de synthèse vocale.
You can see I've got really nice looking text-to-speech voiceover. So I hope you enjoyed this. If you like it, make sure to add a like on this video and add a comment below. And we look forward to making more amazing features inside CreateStudio. In this video, I'm going to show you how to work with groups and layers outside of groups so that you can basically match up your audio and other elements outside of your group. So let's just preview this quick video, and it'll give you a better understanding on how and where you can use this feature. Cool, so as you can see, we've got really nice kind of Stomp style music, and the text and the elements and the images and things like that are all basically in sync with the beat. So what we've done is basically enabled a feature where you can create groups of elements. So instead of having a million elements on your timeline and it really being really full and where you can't actually see everything, you can basically group elements into scenes, and you can rename them as scenes, for example, or group, or whatever you want to do there. And if we just go into this group here, you can see I've got my layers that are inside this group, okay, over here. But what I want to do is basically match up my layers with the audio track. And if I go back out of here, you can see I've got my audio track here, but the layers, I can't actually see them because it's not inside that group. So what you can do is basically go into your group, and then you'll see this option over here where it says show all layers. So if I just turn that on, I can now go ahead and actually see the audio waveform for the entire video. Now this is really powerful because you can just zoom in like so, and you can basically match up certain things with your beat. Okay, so if I go back over here, let's go back out of this one and go into another group where we've got text, so we can make it a little bit more obvious. Okay, here, so we've got, this one's got some nice text coming through, and you want to make sure that it's in the same beat of here. So I can just go into this group, and you can see that the show all layers is turned on. So now I can see these layers inside my group. I've got 4 layers, and these are basically 4 text layers. So you can see now, if I just zoom in a bit closer, I can basically match up this layer to make sure it's exactly in the same time with this beat. Okay, so if it's about here, you can see it starts. The next beat was about here, so you can see I've aligned this one up. And this one as well was, the main beat was about there, but let's say I want to make it so that it adds about there. I can just go ahead and select this layer and then just simply drag it so that it starts at the same time as that beat. Okay, and if I just zoom out of here, if I just go back out of here and just preview that, so you can see how quick and easy that is to really, make sure that everything's simple on your timeline, and you can actually match up your audio, even if you've got a voiceover narration and you're saying certain things, you can create groups and then just basically click on show all layers, and you can see the audio track, and you can align your text with your voiceover inside your group. Okay, so it's just a quick video showing you a quick tip on how you can really use groups or scenes to basically match up your text, your images, your animations with your overall audio track or voiceover narration. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a really nice looking progress bar for your videos, and these are really popular for social media videos and video ads. So what we're going to do is first of all just delete that progress bar, and we'll go ahead and create it all from scratch. So I'm going to go over here and click on the shape layer and click on rectangle, and basically you want to create the shape that kind of same width of the video. So you can do that by simply click on fit to canvas and then just dragging it down like this, and then you could just use this icon to put it right to the bottom. If I just scroll in here a bit and kind of see it a bit closer, so you can see we've got our progress bar design, and we could also go through and change the color. So let's say we want to make it a nice gradient, so I'm going to go and make it a blue and a green, and you can do this obviously to your own kind of preference, however you like it. Maybe something like that, it's a bit better. Cool. So now that I've got the design, I'm going to just double click on here and type in progress bar, just so it's nice and neat. And I'm going to select the progress bar, and I need to go ahead and choose where I want the bar to animate from. So we want it to start from here and go all the way to the end. So I'm going to click on the rotation point and click on left over here, left center. And now the bar will animate from here to here. So let's drop down the animation options and click on the plus icon to add a custom animation. And I'm going to click on the scale property. Okay, so we basically want to animate the scale. So all we need to do is have the element selected, and then go to scale and click on the lock icon, and then just bring the X scale down to 0. Okay, so now I'll show you what this looks like. Cool, so we've got the animation now. So what we're going to do is basically adjust the duration and the easing. So if I right click on this animation and go to easing, and we want to make sure that it's selected to both and linear, so that it just goes in one fluid motion. So there's no like fast burst and then it goes slow and fast, but we want it to just go one separate speed. Okay, so linear does that, and you want to make it on both in the in animation and the out animation. And then all you need to do is basically just drag this out to the duration of your video. And if I just go ahead and preview from the start, you can see that we've got a really nice timeline progress bar that goes the exact time of the video, just like so. So yeah, if your video was longer, what you could do is, or if it's even shorter, for example, or just make it a little bit shorter, you could just go ahead and resize that progress bar and also the animation. And you probably want to go ahead and just zoom in a bit closer, make sure you got the exact time, and just make sure that that's right, like so. And then if you play that through, you'll be able to see that it ends at the exact same time as your video, like so. Okay, and you probably, if your video was shorter, you would want to make sure that you resize your other elements as well, so that everything ends at the same point. Okay, like this. So that's just a quick way to do it. You can also create some extra kind of fun animations. This is just a little extra tip that you could do. So along with the progress bar, maybe you could have your own logo, or if you want, you could go and grab an emoji. So I'm going to go grab an emoji here, and let's say we'll get this cool dude guy, and I'll just bring him down here, scale him down, and place him, maybe place him about here also. And I'm just going to bring him out as well to the same length of the video. I'm going to go through and drop it down and click at add custom animation, and this time I'm going to create a position animation. Okay, so I've selected the position, and the starting point is at 0, and the position of the character is at 0. And now I want to go to the end of the animation and just basically bring him across to the end. So let's say 1100, or maybe even less. Yeah, maybe I'll bring him over like this, like so. Okay, and then I want to go through, make sure that the easing is both and linear, and just again just drag it out, make sure that it's at the exact same time as well as that. And if we play this through, you can see you've got a nice looking little emoji going at the same time. Maybe I'll make him a little bit like smaller, maybe, and yeah, like something like that, for example. It's a little bit cheeky and it kind of catches people's attention, but let's just play this through. Cool. Actually, I need to, because he ends at, we made him end it a little bit further along. It's a little bit offset, so that we want to make him finish the same point as the line. So let's just put him about here, and bring this line up as well. Put him, yeah, about there. Looks good. And let's just play that through one more time. It looks pretty cool. So you can do that with your logo, or like a fire icon, or yeah, an image, whatever you wanted to do. You could, just basically add an image down there. Even if you had a little short video clip, you could probably do something like that as well. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Have fun yourself making progress bars inside CreateStudio. Hi and welcome to this video mini series on how to create a Stomp teaser video. In this series, you're going to learn how to create this video. Cool. So as you can see, it's a really fresh style video, and these are great for promotional videos, for teaser videos, if you're launching a new product or a service, and also as video ads. Okay, so they look really good because the text matches with the beat, and in a fast way you can communicate a really good message about your product or your service. And with the color gradients, it looks really, really fresh and clean and modern, so it really does visually capture people's attention. So what we're going to do in this first video is break down the 3 steps that we go through to make this video, and then we're going to have 2 to 3 to 4 minute videos for each of these steps, and you can follow along with me and create the same video as we just showed you. So step 1 is to find a good audio track, and the best tracks for these style videos are stomp or rock tracks because they have a really distinct beat, and it makes it easy for you to match up your text and your images with the beat. And a great place to start is with a slower audio track. With a slower beat, it means that you don't have to have so much text happening at a fast rate, but you can basically learn this technique, how it works, using a slower beat, and then when you get better, you can use faster beats to match up your audio and your text. Step 2 is to write up a simple script. You could open up a Word doc or a paper doc and just write down your message that you want to communicate in your video, and then you can copy that text and paste it into the software and your text placeholders. Or you could just do like what I do, is just wing it as you're going, just basically make up your message as you go, and that's fine as well. And the third step is to basically find some good color gradients. You can also wing this if you're good with design. You can just play around with the colors inside the software, or you can click on the link underneath this video and you'll be sent to this link where basically you have all these really nice gradient colors, as you can see. And all you need to do is copy these codes and paste it into the software, and yeah, have really nice looking gradients that you can use in your videos. So check it out, and then go on to the next video, and then we're going to start creating this Stomp style teaser video inside CreateStudio. In this video, we're going to get started creating our first section of the Stomp teaser video. Cool. So we're just going to do that intro. Hi, hello, welcome to CreateStudio, and we're going to add that logo like that, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is download the audio track underneath this video, and then you want to import it into CreateStudio by clicking on the plus import media button and bringing it into CreateStudio, okay? So once you've done that, simply drag it onto your canvas and it'll add it to your timeline, and you can actually go through and drop down the waveform by clicking on the arrow over here, and that will show you the audio waveform so that we can match and sync up the text and our media with our actual beats. Okay, cool. So the next thing we want to do is go through and add a text layer. So I'm going to click on text over here, and the text font that I'm using is Poppins, but you can use whatever text font you like. And I'm going to go through and change the text to hello, and I'll just make it a little bit bigger, something like that, and make sure that it's centered. And I'm going to click on this color icon here. You could also click over here and then select linear gradient, okay? And this is where we can add 2 color gradients to the text. So I'm going to use something like a purple type color, and also maybe a blue, kind of greeny blue like that. And that's looking really good, like so, okay? And what I want to do also is change the background color and make it white. So to do that, you simply click on the settings icon, and you'll see the settings panel over here, and click on the background and make it white like that, okay? So now we've got our first text. We can basically go through and sync it up with the audio beat. So I'm just going to drag this zoom button over here. I'm going to go through and click and drag at the end of this track and just basically zoom back in and see the audio beat. And I just want to make sure that this beat and the text ends at the start of the second beat, and it also starts at the kind of where it pops in the beginning of the first beat. So I'm just going to drag that out so that it starts not on screen, then it hits the beat and the text pops like so, and then it comes off, okay? So I've got my first text. I'm just going to simply select that and use Command D on my keyboard. If you've got a Windows computer, you can use Control D to duplicate it. I'm just going to drag it over like so, so that it goes from hello, and then I'm going to change this to we, okay? And you can go through and adjust the colors, and you can really use any color you like, whatever looks good to you. You can change it up. I might make this a little bit more green, or like kind of teal blue, I guess, like so. So it goes hello, and then it goes, the second beat pops here, and there's actually a little beat over here as well. So this will be a quick transition. And what we want it to do is basically start in the middle like this, and then we want it to slide across, and then when the second or the third beat hits, the text should appear over here, okay? So I'm just going to go through and create a position animation by dropping this down and clicking on the plus icon and clicking on position, okay? So now that I've added this animation here, I need to go through and animate it. So at the start position, we've got it in the middle of the screen. I'm going to just kind of drag this out a little bit like so, and I want it to end at about this point when the next text comes on. So I'm just going to move this over, and at this point I want this text to move across. So I'm just going to use the arrows on my keyboard and just kind of bring it across like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this text again. I'm just going to delete that animation on this second one, and I'm just going to drag this one out so that this one basically comes on with that third beat. So I'm just going to type in R, okay, like this. And this is looking pretty good. I might move this across a little bit like so. So it goes from the first beat hits, and it goes hello, and then it goes across, we, and it slides as it's coming in. It starts in the middle and slides across, and then the next one just pops like that. Okay, so let's just preview that in real time. Cool. So you can see how fast it is. Maybe you could even make that animation a little bit delayed or a little bit longer. So it goes like this. So it's as the next text coming on, it's still sliding a little bit. You could do something like that, so it's not as fast. Okay, cool. So we've got hello we are, and then the next thing that happens on this video is it goes from hello we are, and then it slides across CreateStudio and then the logo. Okay, so let's just add that. So what I'm going to do is just collapse all these and bring the audio track up the top. I'm just going to rename this one, call this audio like this. And it's best to have your audio track at the top so you can really see the text as you add new layers and basically match them up. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is add a background. So I'm going to click on the shape tool and I'll just remove that and just add this rectangle. And what I'm going to do is basically change the color and make it a red type orange gradient. So let's go and grab the red and let's grab this orange color like so. And with this shape selected, I'm going to click on the expand button to make it full width like that. And yeah, I can go through and actually just drag this down like so that it's underneath, and just call this one background, for example, BG for background. So it goes from white, and then we have some text. I'm just going to add some text over here. So let's say CreateStudio, and let's just make that a bit bigger and centered. Yeah, maybe something like that. It looks quite good. And for this one, we're going to just add a motion preset. So I'm going to go to motion, and I'm going to go to slide in right. Okay, and so I'm just going to make it about the duration of that beat, so it kind of goes across like this. But what I'm going to do is just right click on this and go to disable fade, and I'm going to click on the animation settings and make it start kind of on the screen already. So it's on, but it's moving towards the middle like this. Okay, and that's looking good. So just make sure it's centered. Yep, and then what I'm going to do is basically drag this out so that when the next beat comes on, we're going to show the logo, and yeah, the text is going to disappear and we'll add that logo. So you could just go and import your logo here. I'm just going to go use the CreateStudio shape that's already in here and just add that like so and just center it. And then what I'm going to do is just drag it out again so that it ends at the start of this beat, and just drag this across so that also the background changes as well when that text changes. So let's just preview what we've done so far. Cool. So you can see how simple that is. I mean, when you're first trying this out, it may seem a little bit complicated, but it's best to start with a slower beat if you can, and just have a go at working with lining up the text. Without doing the animations, you can go through and just line up the text with the beats. If you want to be a bit more advanced, you can obviously add those animations that I showed you before with the slide like this, and that just adds some more kind of dynamic variety to your videos. So go ahead and try that out, and then jump onto the next video and we'll continue creating this video inside CreateStudio. In this video, we're going to continue creating the Stomp teaser video, and right now we're up to this section here. Cool, so let's go ahead and continue creating this video. What I'm going to do is simply drop down that audio track over here to see the waveform. And you can see, right, this is what we've created so far. If I just play back from the start. Cool. So basically what we want to do now is add some text again. So I'm going to go to text over here and click on the color. And I'm going to select the gradient and make it a blue and maybe a pink or something like that. Something like this looks quite good. I might actually go through and actually change the text font and make it a bit bolder. So I might go with something like semi-bold, and I'll center that like so. Okay, so I'm just going to type in we, and I'm just going to again continue doing the same kind of technique where you match up your text with the beat. If I just zoom in a bit closer here, you can see that this beat ends here, and so I'm trying to make this come across a bit longer. Okay, and I'll just move this across so that we got this nice transition here, and I'll just make it a little bit bigger and center it again. Okay, so it goes we, and then this one has two little beats, so you've got this one here and this one here. So let's just go through and duplicate this text by using Command D, or if you're on a Windows, use Control D to duplicate it. And again, what I'm going to do is basically change this to make like this. And I might go through again and just change that color. So I might make this one a greeny color like this, for example. Maybe this one a little bit bluer. Okay, and what I'm going to do with this one is we're going to go from we make, and because this is quite a quick beat and the text is not on too long, I'm just going to duplicate this like I did in the other video, basically the main video. And I'm just gonna use the same word, but what I'm gonna do is make it bigger, okay? So to kind of stand out a bit more, so that it goes from the short beat and it pops like this, okay? So if we just preview this, you can see it's got that really nice transition, because if this was only on for like, I don't know, maybe 10 frames for example, you might miss what it actually says, but you really need to go ahead with the beat. So the good thing is you can just have the same word to really emphasize that word and create that cool kind of pop. And then what we want to do is again duplicate this, and we're going to use the word videos. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this out and just type in videos. Let's make it a little bit smaller maybe, and again center that. And what we want to do with this text is basically make it white. So I'm just going to go to the solid color, make it white, and I'm going to go through and add a background. So if I just add on the shape tool, click on the shape tool, go to rectangle, and I'm just going to make this kind of full width. And I'm going to use a gradient for this one. I'm going to use a blue color, and also maybe like kind of a purple pink color like so, and that looks quite nice. And yeah, you can go through and, you know, kind of play around with it and see what colors look best for you. Yeah, so something like that looks quite nice. So what I'm going to do is just zoom out again. A good thing to do is to actually rename your layers. So instead of having rectangle, I could say like background purple, for example. You could call that a purple. And basically we want to go through and just resize it. And I'll drag this up like so. And yeah, that's looking quite good. So let's just preview what we've done so far. Cool. So the other text as well, I probably want to make this like a semi-bold as well, so that it fits in with this other text font weight. So we make videos like that. And then what we want to do is add that video clapper, okay? You could have an icon if you've got any other icon. Just to follow along with this same style, we can go over to Studio, and I'm going to go grab that 3D icon, clapper, and just place it up like so, and maybe center it. And to highlight the, the word videos, and to add some, more a dynamic feel in terms of having like an icon or an image, instead of just having text, it's nice to add things like this or emojis, to really emphasize things and make it look a lot better. So we just want to basically drag the audio track again up to the top, so we can see the waveform a bit better, and just zoom in like so, and bring it up like that, okay? So if I just preview this, we'll just see again what we've done from the start in creating this teaser style video. Cool. So with this icon, basically you can see that you want to make it kind of clap along like this, okay? But with this icon, the clap kind of starts a little bit late. So what we want to do is kind of create a custom animation, I guess. And what I'm going to do is basically go to animations and go to opacity, and basically make it really short, okay? So maybe something like this. Okay, so we just want it to kind of fade in just at after one frame, basically, at about this point here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is set it at, this is at 100%. So what I'm going to do is bring it to the start and make it 0% opacity, like so. And again, we just want to bring this over so that it kind of claps at that beat. Okay, so just as it's coming on, like this. Okay, so it's a little bit of a, I don't know, a little bit of a fiddly kind of trick you can do, but yeah, we could just kind of create it like this. It's got 0% opacity, it comes on, and then it kind of clicks in place with that beat. So I'm just going to move it over a little bit longer like that, and let's just preview that like so. Okay, so that's how I did that with this icon. But yeah, if you've got an icon that's like an MP4 video, you could just kind of cut it, but yeah, with these ones it worked in that kind of way. So yeah, this is what I've created so far. Cool. So yeah, go ahead and try out these little tricks and continue building your video, and then go to the next video and I'm going to continue creating the Stomp teaser video with you. Alright, so now we're into part 4 of creating the Stomp teaser video. Let's just preview again what we're creating. Cool, so what we're going to do in this video is this part here. So again, it's the same kind of technique, but it's good to practice. So with the best, and you can see we've got this pop here, and then we've got a nice slide animation with a cool little emoji, okay? So let's go ahead and continue creating this. So right now I basically went and I updated the text font. I made it semi-bold instead of regular. I think it looks a lot better and stands out a lot more. So we've got this going on here. We make videos and then it comes up to this part, and then we've got this beat over here as you can see on the timeline. So I'm just going to go through and zoom in using this zoom bar over here and just drag this out so that it ends when this beat really kind of pops about here. I might zoom in a bit closer so I can see a bit better. So about this point here, we can just remove that background as well as that video, okay? Now one thing you could do as well, which might make things a lot more compact on your timeline, and I think it's a great idea, is to basically select everything on your timeline except for your audio track. So I'm just using the shift button on my keyboard and just simply selecting everything by left clicking on it like this. And then what you want to do, if I go across a little bit more, again select that, is right click on it and then go create group. Okay, cool. So now we've got this group. We've basically got all the elements except for hello. I kind of missed that one out, but all the elements in this group here, and it just makes things way more compact on your timeline. What you could also do is basically click on this icon and also this one, and I'm also going to lock these layers as well, and then simply click on this hide marked tracks, okay? And now what we have is we've still got the video over here, but they're basically hidden on the timeline, so that as we create more layers, it just makes it easier, so we don't have to go up and down and have so many layers actually visible on our timeline, okay? So now that we're up to this point here, we can continue building our video. So what I'm going to do is add that text layer, and I'm going to change the color. So simply selecting this again, and let's go over to blue, and I'm also going to grab that kind of pink purple type color. Let's have a look at that. That was quite nice, so I'm quite happy with that. So what I'm going to do is just double click on that and change that to width. And I might make the font size a little bit bigger, maybe something like this. Let's just bring it over so we can see it more centered. So we've got width, and then over here, you'll be able to see, if I zoom in a bit better, a bit closer, we've got two separate beats here. So we've got one quick one, and then this one kind of like lasts a little bit longer. So what we're going to do is create two different text layers by duplicating it using Command D or Control D, and I'm just going to duplicate them again, and this one I'm going to drag it out like this. It's just a really quick one, so it goes over like this. Let's just go a bit closer, and I'll make it a little bit longer, okay, like that. So this one we're going to type in the, and I might make this color a little bit lighter, so let's go with like a blue and green. It's nice to have different colors just so to mix it up and add a little bit more variation to it. So it goes with the, and then this is going to say best. And with this one I'm going to make it a lot bigger, so let's just bring out the font size, maybe something like this. And again, I like that kind of blue and green color, so I'm going to add this like so. Okay, that's good. So it goes with the best like that, and you can see it pops if I just play this through. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do is go with the best and then go to style. So I'm just going to duplicate that, Command D, and with this as well, what we're going to do is basically go and change the color to make this one a white. So I'm going to go to fill and make it white, and I'm going to make a background, so I'm going to go to rectangle and scale this up, and I'm going to make this color, let's just have a look actually what we did on the video. So it goes with the best, okay, so like a purple and a pink color. style, and let's just drag this across, drag style up to the top, and let's change the background color and make it that purple and pink. So I just select that rectangle, and let's go with pink and kind of a purple color. Okay, something like that. And again, you can drag these circular dots. If you zoom in, it's a lot easier to select it, and then just bring it across like that. And if you hold down the space bar on your keyboard, you can click and drag and move the canvas around. Okay, it makes things quite easy, like so. So I'm just going to go drag this out so that it finishes after this beat, where we're going to have the emoji with the sunglasses on. So let's again zoom in over here and bring this over like that. And for this style text, we're going to make it slide in from the right or the left, depending on how you're watching this. So I'm going to click on the style, go to motion, and go to in, and let's say slide left. So let's go and select that one, and I'll drag this so that it ends when this kind of ends. And with this again, I'm going to go and place the indicator at the start of the animation, and I'm going to click on the settings with the animation selected and remove the fade. And I'm going to start the text on the screen maybe about here so that it doesn't slide too much and you can see it the whole time, okay, like that. So let's preview that, what we've done so far. Okay, cool. So at that beat, we're going to have that emoji with the sunglasses come on. So let's go over to emoji and classic and get this little cool dude and scale him up, and I'm going to center him on the canvas like so. Okay, so if I zoom in again, and let's just grab this, I'm going to grab the audio track, drag it to the top so I can see the waveform a lot better, and I'll drag this to end at this beat here, and also the background color. Okay, so we basically have the sliding across, and to illustrate style with a fun kind of way, we added an animated emoji with sunglasses on. So let's preview what we've done so far in this video. If I go straight to the start and play this back. Cool. So go ahead and continue creating this section, and then head on to the next video, and we'll continue creating our teaser style video inside CreateStudio. Alright, so in this video, we're going to kind of complete the Tomp's teaser video, so it might be a little bit longer, but let me show you what we've done so far. So if we go back to the start, cool, so we've basically done up to here, but what I've done is just gone ahead and quickly done this part here, just because it's the same kind of technique that I've been showing you in the past few videos, so just copy along and do the same thing. And then what I want to show you is how to create these masks videos over here, like so, and how to pop them on, yeah, like so. Okay, so if we just go through, I'll show you quickly on the timeline over here, this part here. So basically, again, it's just simply matching up your text with the beat. Over here we've got two little beats, and so it's kind of quick. So it says take a look, and then I just added an emoji from the emoji library with those eyes. So if I just go across a bit better, okay, so this one goes for kind of two beats. So it goes from this beat and it stays on for another beat, and then we switch over to those video previews. So what I'm going to do is just add a background. So let's go to rectangle, and I'm going to scale it up and just position it like so. And what I'm going to do is add that blue-green type gradient. Let's have a look. Something like this, I guess. Okay, yeah, so kind of play around with it, I guess. Maybe I'll change that green to make it more precise. Something like that looks alright. So let's go and just double click on that, type in background, and I'm going to drag this audio track up above like so. So we've got our background, and this comes on straight after these eyes like that on that beat. And at the same time with this background, we've got a video that pops up. Okay, so I'm just going to go through and select this rounded rectangle here, just add it onto the canvas. What I did was I basically just made it vertical if I wanted to have a vertical video like that, but if you want just a normal video like this, you could do that. Let's just make it a bit of a variation. Okay, and what I'm going to do with this one is call this one middle, for example, so we know that's the middle video. And again, I'll just drag that like so, and that's looking good. So to go ahead and basically mask a video, all you have to do is go grab a video. So let's go and grab one actually over, maybe over here. So let's go and grab, maybe we can use this one here. Cool, so I've got this video, and I'll just simply drag and drop it onto the canvas, and I'll resize it. And because it's got audio, I'm gonna just mute that audio over here, and I'll just drag it down like so. Okay, so what we're going to do is mask this video with that shape, so basically overlay the video on that shape. So I'm going to just right click on the video and go mask with and middle. Okay, so now we've got this video. I might go through and actually make the video a little bit smaller, so let's just drag it down like that. Cool. So once you're happy with the video and the placement, a good thing to do is to lock your mask, okay? And this basically keeps that mask in the exact shape, so when you're moving things around, it won't move. And then when you're happy with the video as well, a good thing to do is to simply lock that video, okay? Like that. Let's just call this one middle video, okay? Cool. So we've got our video that pops on like so. Let's have a look at this. Okay, and at this beat here, we want to go through and add another video. So what I'm going to do is, let's just preview that one more time. Okay, this beat here. So what I'm going to do is just create another mask. I could go through and create a square one, or I could create, any kind of shape you like. You can go through and, create masks. So let's say, maybe we'll go with just that CreateStudio logo one, which looks pretty cool. Just making a bit of variation. In the actual real video I had, I think, a square one and also one of these shapes and a vertical one. So yeah, let's just use a shape for this example, and I'll go grab another video. Let's have a look. Okay, let's grab this one. Cool, so I'm going to just drag and drop this one onto the canvas and resize it like this. And what I'm going to do is just simply right click on it, mask with, and mask with shape. Cool. So you can see we've got this video playing in the background. So again, what you could do is just lock that mask, and you could resize that shape or that video like that. Okay, and let's just preview this. I'll just turn off that audio track and play this through. So again, the same thing applies. You just simply go through and create another shape, and yeah, the mask, you can mask it if you want to do that video effect. And then when it comes over here, after this part here, basically those videos just cut off, and then we've got this text again that just pops in that same like this. So what I'm going to do is just do this effect. So cool. So about this beat here, I'm just going to go through and actually I'll just basically unlock this video, the main video, and I'll zoom out. And I'll just drag this over, okay, so that it ends at this beat here. Okay, maybe about there. So that one will end there. This one there. So yeah, we've got our two videos. So this one, then it will say need an epic video. Okay, so I'm going to go through and add some text. Click on the text tool, just type in need, and I'm going to make that a orange type gradient. Maybe we'll grab this color here and something like that. Okay, cool. So again, this one is kind of the same kind of principle, but we're going to stay on for those 4 beats. So this one will basically go on a line like this. So this one stays, and then there'll be another text saying an epic video, okay, to about this point. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm just going to zoom in a bit better and bring it over like so, and just type in "and" like this. I duplicate that again, and you can see that these layers are all going to end at the same time because we want the whole sentence to be on the screen, and then kind of go off. So again, I'll just drag this out and I'll bring this up to the top. Whoops, let's just zoom out a bit. Okay, over here, so zoom back in. So need an epic, and then I'm gonna go through and just duplicate that and drag that out. So yeah, so this one here, I'm just gonna select it and just drag it across and type epic. And then I'm gonna go over here and select this one and just type in video. Cool, so what we're gonna do is basically position them so that in this same row, it looks good on the screen, like this. And I might go through and just select them all, just holding down Shift. Oh, whoops, so Shift, 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 and Shift, and then just simply scale them all down a bit like that, and position them in the middle like that. So now we should see, yeah, nice kind of transition with this text if I just preview this. Okay, cool. So that's the the basic technique of creating a Stomp style video. Having nice gradients, basically matching up the text with the audio beat. On the next slide, you can see I've got a colored background with the text with a gradient on it, okay? Like that, and then it goes back to white. And then we've just got a logo animation and the logo coming on. And those animations are basically the motion preset one with the rotation. So yeah, I kind of want to stop the series about here because I think based on the other 4 videos, you kind of understand by now how it all works with the Stomp technique. The best thing to do to learn this style is to practice it. So go ahead and, if you haven't already, go back and watch the videos and just basically go ahead and create them with me step by step. If you have any trouble, just go back to the video and watch it again. But basically what you're doing is just matching up the text with the beat. You want to have your audio track on the top, so it's good to go and drag it up. To make things easy and quick, you want to duplicate layers by using Command D or Control D, and then just simply syncing them up with the beat, okay? So I hope you've enjoyed this mini series and you've learned a cool technique. Try it yourself. Try and use a different message based on the product that you're promoting or the service you're promoting. Try different colors. You can even add, instead of having a background gradient, you could have just an image. So you could have an image or even a video that plays, for the duration of however long that shape would be, and that kind of makes things a lot more dynamic as well. So yeah, hope you've enjoyed it. If you've liked it, make sure to add a like to this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and enjoy making amazing videos inside CreateStudio. In this video, you're going to learn how to animate a character in and out of a letter inside CreateStudio. Let's have a quick preview. Great, so as you can see, the character pops out of this O and it looks really good. It's really eye-catching, and this works really well with O's or D's or letters where there's basically a gap where you could basically make the character go in and out. Okay, so to do this, you basically want to add your text layers, and you can see I've created a nice text animation here using the custom animations and basically animating the scale to bring it up like this, and then also the letter spacing to make it close in like that. And there's a tutorial in the 2-minute tips playlist which shows you how to do that. So let me go and show you how to add this character inside this O. Okay, so let's go and delete this. And what I'm going to do is go to the Studio panel, and I'm going to grab this character and just drop her over here. And I'm going to go and select waving for this one. Okay, so we've got her that's going to basically come in and wave through that gap. So what I want to do is kind of scale her down and make her a decent size for that O. I'm also going to rotate her so that she kind of comes in on an angle. So it comes through like that and she starts waving, okay? So what we're going to do now is find out whereabouts we want to add her. So the text kind of stops animating about here, so I'm going to bring her to start in about this point. And then what I want to do is grab the rectangle tool. So grab the rounded rectangle one, this one here. You can also create your own kind of custom shapes if you use Adobe Illustrator and bring in like an SVG file, so you can make it exactly the shape you like. But let's go and use this one for now. So what I'm going to do is just hide Michelle over here on the timeline, and so I can see the shape a bit better. I'm just going to zoom in a bit better, and maybe you could change the color, make it something different so you can see the shape. And what we want to do is basically match up the shape so that it kind of curves around at this point here. So I'm going to go to advanced settings, and I'm going to make the radius about, let's say about 1.3. Let's have a look at that. Okay, and what I want to do also is just zoom in out a bit more and just also scale this up a little bit, like that, so that she has space to do her wave. Maybe we could just drag it out a little like so. Okay, so now we have basically a position that we want our character to appear in, and outside of this position she's going to be masked so that you don't see her until she goes through this into the shape space. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm just going to basically right click on the character. I'll just turn her on over here so you can see her. And I'm going to right click on her and go mask with shape. Cool. So as you can see now we've got her and she's inside the shape. I could just kind of position her, maybe make her a little bit smaller so she fits better inside this. And what I'm going to do as well is just mask the shape, lock the shape so that now I won't move the shape out of place because I've got the mask in the right place. And again, I'll make her a little bit smaller. You can adjust the mask obviously and make the mask a bit bigger if you like, so maybe we could do that actually. Just select the mask and drag it up a little bit like so. You can zoom in and just make sure that the mask is the right kind of size and position for you, like this. Okay, and that's looking pretty good, so I'm pretty happy with that. So now what we're going to do is create some animation so that she pops in and out. So to do that, we've got her now like just waving like this, but we want her to come in and out. So what we want to do is add a custom position animation. So just drop her down and click on animations on the plus icon and click on position, and then just maybe drag it out so it's about 1 second long or so. And what we want to do now that we've got her in this position, she's at the end of the animation, she's here, that's looking good. What we want to do is just basically move the time indicator to the start and then just basically move her down. So we're going to lock the shape layer mask again and just bring her down maybe like so that she slides in like that. Okay, and that's looking pretty good. Maybe we'll drag it out a little bit more like that so it goes like this. And what we can then do is right click on that and then duplicate reverse, and so that we create the same animation that she goes, now she slides back down like that. Okay, and you can adjust like the easing. Let's say we just want the easing to be at the start, we can do that and just drag this out like so. And let's just preview what we've created so far. Cool, so that's how you go through and create that nice effect. Maybe I'd move her down a little bit more so that she's completely out of the O, like that. And we've got a really nice looking character kind of animation that you could add to your text, to your logo, to really make it look a lot better and a really engaging effect that you can do for your video. So have a go with that. Make sure to add a like to the video if you enjoyed it and leave a comment below. And yeah, have fun creating. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a text spacing animation as well as add a border to your text. Cool, so to do this, I'm just going to delete this text and just bring the time indicator to the start. and I'm going to click on the text icon to add some text. I'll just scale that up and center it. Now I want to remove this text fill color, so I'm going to click on the color palette over here and just bring the opacity of the fill down to 0 and go back, and then click on advanced to add a border. So you'll see the border options here. I can just go through and add a border, let's say 2. I could then change the color. Let's make a green kind of teal color. And now I've got my text, it looks good. I can go through and create some animations. So on the drop down over here, I'm going to click on animations, and I'm going to select text spacing as well as scale. Okay, so let's just drag this out, make it about 1 second long. And what I'm going to do is make the scale down to 0, so I'll just drag this down like that, and you can see we've got this animation that goes on like so. Also at the end of the animation, I want this text to like kind of spread out with the text spacing. So on the letter option over here, I'm going to go and type in something like 200, and you can see now that when we play this through, it kind of zooms in like that. And then what I want to do is add another animation, so go on to animations and the plus icon and use the text spacing as well, and then just drag this down to about 1 second long, and at the end I'm just going to make the spacing 0. Okay, so let's preview that like that. You can also change the easing to create unique looking animations just by, for example, selecting elastic, and if I just drag this out to maybe 2 seconds long, let's just preview that animation. You see we added a nice bounce to the text. So that's how to create a border for your text as well as a text spacing animation. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a color change animation like this. So you can see basically the color is changing as the text is animating, and you can apply this to both text and shape layers. Let's go through and first of all add a text layer. I'm just going to bring it up and center it like so. Maybe I'll change the color quickly to blue so you can see it like that. So to create this animation, you simply click on the drop down menu and click on the plus icon for animations, and then simply select color. Now if you go out of here and you want to go back into the animation properties, simply select that and go to settings, and you can see you've got the properties again that you can select to animate. And what you want to do is basically set the start color and the end color. So the start color we can stay with blue, and then if I go to the end, I'm going to go through and choose something like maybe a red or an orange, something like that. So you can see it goes now from blue to orange. Okay, so we can duplicate this by clicking on right click, duplicate, reverse, and now we go from orange over here and we can select a different color at the end. So let's go with something like green, or we can go with pink, maybe something like that. And I'll again duplicate, reverse that, and then go to the end and select a different color. So let's go with something like a pink. Okay. What you could also do is add a text effect. If you click on the plus icon and go to something like random characters, and you could drag this up so you've got 2 effects going at the same time. You've got color change as well as the random characters. Let's just preview that. Cool. So you can have a lot of fun with this and use it on shape layers as well as text to add another dynamic variation to your animations and your effects inside CreateStudio. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a screen where you can place a video or an image in the background of any device inside CreateStudio. So the first thing you want to do is grab your device. So I've got an iPad for this one, and you can use a mobile phone or a MacBook or a desktop computer, whatever device you like. Then click on the shape tool and select the rectangle tool. And you basically want to draw out by holding down shift and dragging the corner to draw out your screen size. And then just drag it below the device, and I can call this one screen like so. And then what you want to do is basically grab some media. So I've got a video clip here. I'm going to drag it onto the canvas and just kind of resize it a little bit and just drag it underneath the device and so on top of the screen. And then all I'm going to do is right click on it and go mask with screen. Okay, and now you can see that I've got my video playing inside my iPad screen, and I did it really quickly inside CreateStudio. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a simple lower third animation. So let's just preview this. Okay, cool. So this is really easy to do. What I'm going to do is just basically start from scratch and just delete all this. And I'm just going to keep my video here. I just basically dragged and dropped the video onto the canvas and I locked it so that it won't move when I'm editing. So let's just center that again and lock it in place. So to do this, it's really simple. You could go and add the shape tool, click on the shape tool here and click on the rectangle shape. And yeah, what you want to do is basically hold down shift when you scale. If you don't hold down shift, you'll scale according to the ratio, so you can't actually adjust the shape. But if you hold down shift and drag, you can see now I can basically create any shape I want. So let's just go and maybe make it about that kind of size. Okay. And I'm going to call this one white, so just double click on that and type white. And what I'm going to do now is go to motion, and I'm going to go to in, and I'm going to select slide right, and then I'm going to go to out and select slide left. So it comes in like this, and then it goes back out like that. Okay, cool, so that's looking really good. I might just adjust the animation to make it about 1 second long, so it's a bit faster when it comes on. And let's just preview this. Okay, it slides in like that. That looks really good. I'm also going to just right click on these animations and disable the fade. So right click on the animation, disable fade. So it doesn't fade and it just comes in like so as one, 100% opacity basically. And that's looking really good. So now what I'm going to do is simply just duplicate that by using Command D. I think it's Control D if you're on a Windows. And you can see I've got my top layer. I'm going to make this one green. So I'm just going to type in green. And then I'm going to go over and select with the layer selected on top, I'm going to click on the color option over here and just simply change the color. So let's make it maybe something like this, nice green color. And then the next thing I want to do is basically just zoom in a bit closer so I can see it better. And all I'm going to do is just go through and offset it like so. Okay, so it's going to come in like this and then like that. I might make it a little bit less of an offset. So we've got this going like this. So let's just preview this. Cool, that's looking really good. And then what I want to do is basically add some text. So go to the text layer, click on the text layer to add your text, drag it down here, and I'm going to type in my favorite tennis player, like that. And that's looking really good, okay? So just position that like so, and I'll just drag this over so that when the thing slides in, or the shape slide in, the text will start appearing. So what I want to do now is basically adjust this. So I want to animate this. So with the text layer selected, you can go to motion, and go to in, and you can either select fade or you can select slide right. I'm going to go slide right, I think it looks a bit better. And let's have a look at this. So it's coming in like so. And it looks pretty good. You could adjust the speed as well. So let's just make something like that. And I'll preview this. Cool, that's looking really good. And as you can see on the way out, we've got this going on. I just need to add the out animation for this one. So let's go to out and go slide left. So it will also slide out like this. And what I'm going to do is just zoom in a bit closer. And I'll click on this arrow here. This basically brings everything up, and if you click it again, it will bring all the layers down again. So you can see all the layers and the animations. So what I'm going to do is just bring this over a little bit. And I'm just going to grab the green layer, sorry. And maybe make it a little bit more across like this. So you can see the white coming across, and then the green, and then the text layer. So maybe I'll make the text layer a little bit further off as well. Something like that. Cool, so let's just preview what we've created. Cool, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you enjoyed it, make sure to add a like on this video and add a comment, and go ahead and create your own lower third animations inside CreateStudio. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a really nice looking motion graphic using the arc shape. So as you can see, we've got some circles just kind of animating in and animating out like that. And you can use these as motion graphics on different slides. Maybe have just one circle over here and over there, and just add some nice style and design to your videos. So let me show you how to do that. So basically you would go through and I'll just bring it over to the start and click on the shape tool, and then you'll see this arc shape. Okay, so simply click on that and it will bring up this arc shape, and this is a really easy to use shortcut that we've created for you to make these kind of animations. So what I would do is basically go through on the animation settings or the properties of the shape, and I'm going to bring it up to 0, so you can see you can adjust this angle of the shape. So let's just bring it down to 0, and I'm going to drop down the arc animation settings and simply click on the plus icon to add an animation, and then select arc angle because we want to animate the angle to create that animation. So I'm going to select arc angle, and you can see that at 0 seconds that the angle was 0 because we set it to 0. So if I go over now to the end of the animation, I want to adjust the property to make it 360 so that it animates in 360 degrees. So simply just drag it across, or you could add 360 in the input, and you can see we've quickly created a really nice looking arc animation. Okay, now you can also right click on this and click on easing, and you can adjust the easing of this animation. So let's say I want to make it both, so that it animates in with an ease and also at the out with an ease, and let's just preview that, and that's looking really cool. And one other thing you can do is basically duplicate this animation so that it animates around and then it animates back out like that. Okay, so to do that, simply right click on it, duplicate reverse, and we have that animation all done and ready. So let's preview that one more time as well. Cool. Great, so now that we've got this created, this first animation, we've basically done our animating, and we can just go through and duplicate layers and create different style basically animation. So what I'm going to do is just change the color first of all. I want to make it maybe a red color, like so. And you can also adjust the size of this, so let's make it a bit bigger like that. And what I'm going to do is just go through and duplicate it. Okay, so this first one down here, I'm just going to rename it and call it red. This one I'm going to call it green. And then I'll duplicate one more time and call this one blue. Okay, and I'll just collapse these. Okay, and I'm going to select this one, make it a blue color. Let's say something like this. I'll make this one a green color. Let's have a look. I could also go through and just hide that so I can see the element. And let's make this something like green, like this. And you can see we've got our red color. Okay, so we've got all our colors that look really good, and all you need to do is basically, I'm going to zoom into the timeline. I could also just collapse these to see the animations, and I could just go through and just offset them. So I'm just going to drag this off a little bit, drag this off a little bit, and you'll be able to see I've got 3 animations playing inside the same line. So that's a fun way you could do that. If you wanted to see the other shapes on the way out as well, you probably want to just bring this over so that the blue one or the top one starts first, and then they animate back out individually like this. So let's play this through. Okay, so that's really cool. And based on the example that I showed you at the start, what you could do as well is just bring down the scale. So let's say I'll make this one 30, and I'll make this one 50, like that. And the other one can be 70, or you can make it a bit bigger if you want more space between there. And you can see quickly we've created this really nice looking animation. You could use this on an Apple Watch, that kind of really nice style, or you could just have separate circles, animating on your slides to really create really nice looking motion graphics. So hope you've enjoyed this tutorial. Let me know in the comments below if you enjoyed, and yeah, get started creating this animation and trying other types of animations inside CreateStudio. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a number counter. Cool. So it's really easy to do. I'm just going to delete this text layer over here and click on the text layer to add a new text layer. If I just bring this up, I'm just going to center it, and once you're happy with the color, with your text font, basically what you want to do is click on the drop down menu over here, and you'll see the option text effects. So simply click on the plus icon to add a text effect, and then on the drop down menu you want to select number counter. Okay, cool. So now what you want to do is basically set the start number and also the ending number. So we're going to go from 5 to 0, and it's going to count down from 5 to 0. So you can have whatever number you like. If you want to do a 60-second countdown timer, you could have 60 and then to 0. And then what you want to do is basically drag this out so that it's the duration of your time. So let's say 5 seconds, you want it to go all the way out like that. And if I click on the spacebar, hit the spacebar, hit play, you can see that we've got my number countdown nicely created like so. So that's how to quickly create a number counter inside CreateStudio. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a really nice looking logo intro inside CreateStudio. Let's just have a quick preview. Cool. So yeah, this was basically created from scratch, and what I want to show you is how to create this kind of animation. It's really actually not too complex, even though it looks quite difficult from the get-go, but let's go ahead and I'm just going to save this and delete everything. So I'm just going to select everything and hit delete, and I'll remove that track and this like so. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to make the first part, I'm going to show you the main techniques, and then I'm going to at the end add some details to make it a bit more complex, but it's pretty simple actually to do. So if you follow along step by step, you'll get the idea of how it works, and you'll be able to replicate these kind of techniques in your own videos. So let's go ahead and first go to the shape tool, and I'm going to go and click on the circle to create a circle. And what I want to first do is actually grab a background image. So I'm going to grab this one that I got from Pixels, and I'll just make it, scale it up like that, and I'm going to double click on it and call it background, and then simply drag it to the bottom. Okay, and I'm going to lock this because I don't want to edit it, I just want to be able to move things around. So for this circle, I'm going to call it 1, and I'm just going to click on this expand tool to bring it up quite big, and I'm just going to use the scale over here and just simply drag it out. So you basically want to make a circle that's covering the whole of your canvas. Okay, so now I've got my circle, I've got it called it 1. I'm going to click on the center, make sure that it's centered, and that looks good. And now what I can do is simply click on the drop down, and I'm going to create a custom scale animation. Now what you could do if you don't want to do this, you could just go to motion and go to in and go to zoom and go scale up like this, and you've got your animation. And you might want to remove the fade, so click on disable fade, and that will remove that, and you maybe want to make it a bit faster by dragging that out like that. Okay, so now I've got this animation. So we could have that, and that works fine as well. I just wanted to kind of show you guys how to use custom animations so you can also play around with these as well. So yeah, with the circle selected, click on the plus icon to add a custom animation. And now what you need to do is basically enable the properties that you want to animate. So for this animation, I want to make it scale up, so I'm going to select on scale, and now I've got my properties selected. I can animate them. Okay, if you don't select anything, even though you have a custom animation down here, it won't add any animation, so you really need to select what you want to animate. And you can animate multiple different properties by selecting multiple properties on here. So we've got scale, which is good. I'm just going to go through and drag it out because I want it to be about 1 second long, about there or so. And now we have the circle as we want it at this point. So with the time indicator at this point, we have the circle at this size, but I want to make the circle start at 0. So I'm just going to drag the time indicator to the start. Okay, and then go to settings and simply make it 0. Okay, like this. And if I play this, you see we've got our animation like so, and that looks good. And you can play around with the easing, so maybe you want to click on the easing and you want it to maybe have a both easing, so it eases in and eases out. We can see what that looks like. It's a bit slower, but it kind of eases in and then goes faster, and then it slows down a bit. Okay, so now we've created our animation, and it looks pretty good to me. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, it looks cool. I'm just going to duplicate it, so I'm just going to click on my keyboard Command D to duplicate, and you can see I've got another layer here, and I'm going to name this one 2, and I'm going to duplicate that one again, and I'll use rename this one 3, okay? So now I've got 3 layers and they're all coming in at the same time, so we need to offset them. So I'm just going to drop down this track name and just drag this out a little bit like so. Okay, so maybe it starts about there, and this one starts about there. And we also need to change the colors, so I'm going to select this one and make this one, I'm going to make it a different color, like grey for example, and this one can be my main color, so let's make this one a gradient. I'm going to go with something like a blue and maybe a green, like this. So you can see now that we have 3 circles coming in like this. Okay, and one thing we want to do is basically have an image that overlays on the second circle, and it creates a really cool effect. Okay, so currently it's looking like this. Maybe it's a little bit too much of a delay, so I'm just going to drag this back across a bit, and also this one a bit as well. And let's just preview if that looks good. Okay, maybe a little bit more space. It's all about kind of playing around and seeing what looks good to you, okay? So let's have a look at this. Cool. So what I want to do now is basically overlay an image on the circle. So I've got this image from Pixels. I'm just going to drag it onto the canvas, and I'm going to click on this button to make it full width like that. And I'm just going to drag it so it's about the same length as this one. And what I'm going to do is simply click on here to bring everything down, and just drag this down like that, and right click on it, and then go mask with 2. Okay, and now what you'll see happen is basically it creates this really cool effect. It's basically overlaying this circle, the image on the circle, and it creates this really cool effect, as you can see. So let's play this through. Okay, and now what I want to do, now that I've got that done, I could just go through and maybe make everything a bit longer, maybe about this length and duration, like so. So let's preview this again. That's looking really cool. And now I want a circle to basically pop out at me, and yeah, kind of come in, that it can be my placeholder for my logo. So I'm going to go onto the shape tool, click on circle, and I've got my nice circle. I'll make sure it's centered over here. And you could create a custom animation, or you could just do the easy way by clicking on motion and going to zoom and go elastic scale up. Let's go grab that one. Whereabouts is it? Elastic scale up, this one here. And I'm going to remove the fade, so right click disable fade. And so let's have a look at this one. So it's coming about here, this one comes in. I want to have a bit of a delay, so the circles come in and then it pops out like that, okay? So I've got that, it's looking good. And I'm going to grab my logo, so you can import your own logo by clicking on import media and then selecting one from your computer. I'm going to drag the logo to the canvas and basically place it inside the circle. And you can make it smaller or bigger, however you think looks good on in your own kind of view. So I've got my logo lined up as well. I'm just going to add the same animation, so select that, go to motion and elastic scale up. Okay, I've got the same animation. And if I preview this now, we can see what we've created so far. Cool. So then maybe that's coming in a bit fast. I'm just going to drag this out again a little bit more, so we have more of a delay. And we'll just preview this again. Okay, so maybe a little bit too more delayed. I'm going to go zoom in a bit and just again bring it out a bit, like so. And let's preview this. Cool. So it's basically like a zooming effect. Like all these circles are zooming and zooming in, and then all of a sudden one circle pops in it, and it basically has your logo. Okay. So there's my logo reveal. Now after this time, we want to basically go through and make the logo come down, and then have our logo text behind here. Okay. So again, to do this, you could just simply go to motion and go to slide and backslide bottom. On out, to make sure select out, and then backslide bottom, I think it is, yep. And select that one, and again the same one, go to out and backslide bottom like that. And I might drag it out a little bit longer so that it has a bit more time on there. So it comes in like this, we've got the logo, and it goes up and down. And you might want to make it a bit faster just by dragging that out like this. And once that comes down, we want the text behind here to kind of appear, so it looks like it's hiding behind here. It's kind of a little subtle cool effect, but I could just simply add text and go Create Studio, and I'm just going to place it around there, and what I need to do is basically place it behind the circle. So just drag it down on your timeline so that it's behind all these, the logo and the circle placeholder. I'm just going to make sure it's centered like that, and you could just go and hide these to see it if you want. But yeah, so about this point we want it to start appearing, so, or maybe at about this point when it starts to drop down, and then all of a sudden it reveals like that. And then what we could also do is just duplicate that one and have your logo name. So let's call this one create your website name, sorry, so it's createstudio.com, and I might change this text font and make it something like Poppins, or something like that, and I'll just zoom in a bit and make it smaller, place it below. And then also I want to have a motion, just use a fade in effect for this one. Okay, so let's go to fade in, and I want it to start a bit later, so maybe about this point here. Let's just preview that. Cool. So that's looking really good, and what we could then do is just basically have like an audio track playing on top. So I'm going to try this one. This one's from the audio library of tracks over here. If you go to audio, if you've upgraded to have the audio library, you can access them from the logo idents. And then if I play this through, okay, and that's looking super cool. What we could also do, you know, I'm pretty pleased with this one. I could just like render this as it is, but if you want to add some more details, you could add some shapes. So if you go to Studio, and if you go to Shapes down here, we've got some really nice animated shapes that you can just use. So I'm going to grab one like this, for example, just go across, maybe put it like so, and then I could just simply duplicate this one, and I'll bring it down here, maybe make it a little bit smaller, and I'll make this color white like so. And this one I'm going to go and add a border, so I'm going to click on that, go to advanced, and then give it a border maybe like 4, and I'll go back to settings, and for the color I'm going to make the opacity of this shape, or the fill of the shape, 0%. If you want to keep the border, make sure not to adjust the overall opacity, otherwise you won't be able to see the border. Just want to go through the color and remove the fill opacity there, okay? And you could go through and select, for example, a circle as well, maybe bring it out like this, bring it down and resize it, and add like different shapes that you like on here to, you know, add some extra detail. So I can make this one white again, and then duplicate this one and maybe bring it over here, remove that color as well, and then go to advanced, border, make it 3 or maybe 6 for example, and maybe make it a little bit smaller like that, okay? And then what you want to do is maybe zoom in a bit closer and kind of make them start at different times. Just kind of drag them out like this to have a bit of variety with this, and let's just preview this. Cool. So that's how you know, you can go through and create a really nice intro animation pretty quickly, as you could see. The main parts were you want to just create a circle with a zoom animation, and then duplicate it 3 times and offset it so that they start at different times, and obviously create different colors. With the second one, we overlaid an image using the mask option, and then we basically created another circle that bounced in with our logo bouncing in as well. Yeah, and then brought it down like that. So the best thing to do is to try this out yourself. So go ahead and try and replicate these steps step by step, and once you get it, you'll have a better idea of how everything works, and so the next time you create it, it will be a lot easier, and then obviously moving forward you'll get better and better at animating, and things will get a lot quicker and easier because you understand how they all function, okay? So if you enjoyed this, make sure to add a like on this video and leave a comment below, and yeah, have fun animating. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a really nice transition using the rectangle shape tool inside CreateStudio. So as you can see, I've got this really nice sliding animation. And to do it, it's really simple. I'm just going to delete these two shapes and go to the shape tool and click on rectangle, and then click on this expand tool to expand it to the full width. And I'm just going to resize the sides like so. And that's looking really good. So now what I'm going to do is just drop this down and click on the plus icon to add a custom animation and select scale, because we want to animate the scale properties of the shape. So on the right side, you'll see we've got the settings panel and we've got scale over here. I'm just going to simply click on this lock tool to unlock the X and Y scaling properties, okay? And all I want to do is basically resize this down to 0 so that it starts at 0 and then it's going to expand to the full width. I preview this so you'll be able to see what we've created. Okay, cool. So that's looking really good. We've got this nice scaling animation like this. And what I could do is just rename this one to white. And I'm also going to select this animation and go to easing and select both for the easing property so that it eases in and eases out. And it just gives it a more smooth look for this animation. If I preview this again, like that. So now what I want to do is just basically duplicate this. And I'm going to call this one red. And I'm going to change the color to red. So let's just make this a nice kind of red pink type color like that. And what I'm going to do is just zoom in a bit closer and then simply just drag this out so that it starts a bit later and you'll be able to see the white comes on first and then the red like that. Maybe I'll make it a little bit later as well like this. And let's just preview this animation. Cool. So this is how to create a really nice looking shape animation using the rectangle tool and some custom animations inside CreateStudio. In this video, you're going to learn how to create this animation. Okay, great. So as you can see, we've got these 3 devices which slide and rotate in, and then we've got some websites that are scrolling up on the devices. So this looks really good if you want to showcase your website on different types of devices. So what I'm going to do is break this into 2 to 3 videos to make the videos not too long and yeah, show you how to create this from scratch. So let's just go and delete everything here. And if I go to the start, I'm just going to zoom in a bit closer like so, and looks good. Okay, so what we want to do first of all is add those devices. So if you click on this image icon and click on devices, and just select your devices. So let's go iPad and we'll go maybe this phone here. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to select everything and just make it all a bit smaller like that. And then what you want to do is basically, resize the devices to, a good looking size for each of the devices so that they look realistic. So let's bring this iPhone down a lot like that and maybe place it like so. And you can reposition these, however you like. It doesn't have to be exactly like this. But yeah, there we go. We've got our devices. I'm going to make these devices about 10 seconds long. So let's just drag these up. Okay, and what I'm also going to do is rename them. So let's go to iMac. And we'll go with this one, iPad. Okay, cool. So now I've got my devices over here. What I want to do is animate them so that they slide in. So what I'm going to do is select this iMac and go to motion. And then I'm going to go down to in and slide and rotate. So let's go slide left rotation and just add that in like that. Okay, cool. So you can see this one looks alright, but it's quite rotated. So what I want to do is just minimize that rotation. And so if I select this animation here and go to the settings, and I'm also going to remove the fade, and I'm going to make this about -30. Okay, that looks pretty cool. If I preview this, that's looking good. So I could also go through and just use Command C, or you could use Control C to copy this animation and then apply it to the iPhone. Let's have a look at this. But I want to actually add a bit more rotation to this. So I might just go with something like we could go with -60. Let's have a look at that. Maybe even a bit more, maybe like -90. Whoops. like that. And let's just preview that. Okay, it's looking pretty cool. And I'm also going to just make the iPhone offset a little bit so that it comes a little bit later after the iMac, like that. And that's looking really good. Cool, so what I want to do now is also select the iPad over here and go to motion, and we're going to slide it in from the other direction. So let's go with slide right rotation and just select that. And let's preview this. Okay, it's looking pretty cool. And I'm just going to disable the fade there and maybe just remove the angle, maybe make it something like 60. Okay, cool. So that's the first part of this animation. Go on to the next video and I'll show you how to create the screens, and then we're going to go through and animate the website on the screen. Okay, in this video, I'm going to show you how to add the screens to the devices, and then we're going to start animating the websites inside the screen. So what you want to do is basically click on this shape tool and go to rectangle and just click and add a rectangle. I'm just going to adjust the color slightly so that I can see a bit better. And I'm just going to use hold down shift while I'm scaling so I can move the shape into the same size as the screen, like that. And I'm just going to again just drag this out so that it fits the same duration as the iMac. So let's just bring this down here. And I'm going to call this one screen, like that. And let's go ahead and do the same thing for the iPad. So let's just bring that up, and I'll just again choose this color like this, and hold down shift and drag that out like that, and bring it across. And I'm just going to position this one under here. And yeah, if I just zoom in a bit closer, I'm going to go through and select the rectangle again and just hold down shift and kind of resize like that. And you can also adjust the corners. So I'm going to go to advanced, and on the border I'm just going to drag the border radius a little bit so that we can create that kind of roundedness. If I just zoom in a bit closer, so you can just bring it up like that, something like that. And it doesn't have to be perfect because we're going to put it behind the actual device so that, yeah, we create this screen. So let's just drag that out, same duration, and call this one iPhone screen. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is just again choose that same gray color so we can see it a bit better, and just drag it underneath like that. And you can see now we've got these placeholder screens for our devices. And what we're going to do is basically copy the animations and paste them onto the screen. So I'm going to select this animation, use Command C, and then paste it onto the iPhone screen. And the same thing with the iPad. I'm just going to click on the animation, Command C, and the iPad screen, just paste that. And again with the iMac screen. Okay, cool. So let's just preview that. So it's looking not too bad. You'll be able to see over here with the iMac, just as you can see, the screen's a little bit off, mainly because the anchor point or the rotation point is a little bit different to the actual iMac, because iMac's a bigger illustration, I guess, or icon. So what I'm going to do is click on this screen and select the animation, and click on the settings over here, and just bring this across a little bit like so, like that. Maybe bring it down a little bit, let's say minus 25 or so. Actually, maybe just leave that minus 30. Maybe make it a little bit bigger like that. So if we see this come across, and that's looking good now. So let's just, preview that in real time like this. It's looking cool. Okay, great. So now we've created those. What we want to do is basically add our website onto these screens. So to do that, what I'm going to do is just grab this website design. And this is just a screenshot that I took of a website. I'm just going to drag this down, kind of resize it like so. And you just want to make it the same kind of size as the device. So in terms of the width, let's have a look at that. Okay, it's looking good. Like that. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is just, again, adjust that duration. And like so, make it the same as the iMac, and just bring this underneath the iMac like that. So now you can see we've got the screen, or the website basically beneath the actual screen, but it's not inside the screen. So what we have to do is basically right click on that and go mask with, and click on screen. And you can see now that we've got that screen on the actual screen. Okay, so what I'm also going to do is just copy that animation and add it to the actual website, so that the website also animates on. Okay, like this. Okay, so again, you kind of have to play around sometimes with the starting points. So let's just bring this across like that and bring it up a little bit. Let's have a look. Actually, not the rotation. We'll bring the Y on up like this. Yeah, and kind of play around with it till you get it exactly how you want it, like that. And if I just preview this, we've got this nice animation like that. Looks pretty cool. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. And again, you just do the same thing. I'm just going to lock this mask for now, and I might just quickly just lock these actually and hide them so that I can easily play around with these ones. So what I'm going to do now is just grab the iPad website and just drag and drop that like so. And again, just kind of scale this up like that. It's looking good. Okay, now let's drag this across and place this over here on the screen like that. And just right click on this and go mask with the iPad screen like that. And again, just copy this animation and just paste it onto the iPad site like that. Okay, cool. I might just quickly make that a little bit bigger like this. And let's just preview that. Okay, again, so this one's a little bit off. So what we want to do is, again, adjust this animation. So just the starting point again. So starting Y. So just bring it across. And starting X. Bring this a little bit more over. It's a little bit fiddly, I guess, at times, but yeah, you just got to kind of play around with it until you got in the right position like that. And if I just preview this, it's looking good. Okay, and again with the iPhone screen, just grab your mobile site and just position that on the screen like so. And yeah, I'll just go through and do the same thing. Okay, cool. So now we've got the screens in place, as you can see like this. What I want to do is animate these screens. So to do that, basically you want to create some custom animation. So let's start with the iPhone screen. So if you click on the iPhone, the mobile side over here, I'm just going to lock this phone and just actually click on this hide one so we can just see the actual website. And on the animations over here, what you want to do is, I might just lock that screen as well and click on the plus icon and click on position like that. Okay, so now what you want to do is basically use the Y axis over here and just kind of bring it up as much as you like, something like that. And then just drag this to the entire duration of the track. So we've got this going like this. And you can adjust the easing as well. If you right click on the easing, maybe you want to have it just maybe power 1, so it's just easing a little bit at the end. Or you can have it with both as well, so say with both. So it kind of eases in and then starts to go a bit faster and then ease out again. Okay, like that. And you just repeat the same process with the other site. So I'm just going to lock the iPad device and just hide it and go to the iPad site. Okay, and then I'm just going to, on the animations over here, the first row, just click on the plus icon, click on position, and we want to move the time indicator to the end of the animation and just adjust the Y axis, so just bring it up like that, and again just like drag this out like that, and I might make the easing both power 1 like this. Okay, and yeah, you can play around with the easing depending on how you want it to appear. And I'm just going to unhide those tracks actually and just show the main website, the iPad website. I'll just remove that hiding and bring this up like that. Okay, cool. So then I want to go through and click on the plus icon for the animations and click on position like that. Again, bring the time indicator to the end and just simply use the Y axis over here and just drag it up like that. And again, just drag this across. So if we just preview this from the start, and this is what we've created in those two videos, adding a device and adding screens to your device and animating the website, just like that. So what you're going to do is, just play around with the easing, play around with, your website. Maybe you don't want to have the main website scrolling so much. So what we could do is just bring it back up a bit so it's not so fast like that. And just bring this across. And there we go. We've got a really nice looking design and animation for showcasing our website using the devices as well as the screens and the mask tool and some animations. So have a go with that. And if you enjoyed this video, give it a like. And have fun creating. Hi, in this video, I want to show you how to create this outro type scene using characters and animations inside CreateStudio. So as you can see, it's a really nice looking design, and this was all done, using shapes and the assets inside CreateStudio. So let me show you how it all works. I'm just going to delete everything here and start from scratch. First of all, I'm going to go grab a rectangle. So I'm just going to type in rectangle, and this can be my background. So I'll just scale it up and I'm going to resize it to make sure it's looking good on the canvas. And I'm just going to double click on this and type in BG for background. And I'll make it about 10 seconds long. And then what I want to do is basically change the color and make it a blue color. So let's just grab a nice kind of blue color for the daytime. And I'm going to duplicate this rectangle by using Command D. If you've got a Windows computer, you could probably use Control D, and that should duplicate it. Or you can right click on it and go duplicate as well. And for this one, I'm going to double click on it and type ground, and this can be my floor. And so if I just select that, I click on this little shortcut and make the color maybe a white. Whoops, I'll bring this one down. I think I've changed it around. So let's just bring this up and make this full width, and actually just bring it down like that. Okay, cool. So now I've got my floor or my ground. I'm going to also go through and grab a city. So if you click on this image icon and you go to SVG and just type in city, you can select one of these kind of pre-made cities, and we can use it as like a nice kind of background silhouette. So I'm just going to drag it up and just position it like so. And for this one, I'm just going to again type in city, rename it so everything's nice and neat on the timeline, and I know exactly what everything is when I can just look at it. And I'm just going to select that, go to the color picker tool, and sometimes if you want to choose a color on the canvas, you need to zoom in a bit closer. So I'm just going to zoom in and click on this to get the same color, and then maybe make it a lighter color or maybe a bit darker. I'll just zoom out, and depending on your own kind of preferences, you can play around with this. Maybe a lighter color could look quite cool. And I might actually change the floor and make it the same type of color, maybe a little bit darker even, or a bit lighter. Kind of play around with it. Maybe darker looks better. Okay, cool. So now I've got my city over here. What I want to do is go to Studio and go to Characters and click on Supreme and go grab the superhero guy. So this one over here. I'm just going to drag him over like that. And now I've got my character here. Okay, cool. So what I want to do is basically make him fly out up into space, and as he's flying, I want clouds to start falling around him, so it looks like he's flying and the clouds are going by him, and then he's going to kind of land in space and it's going to turn to a night type scene. So what I'm going to do is just select the action for this character, and if I just click on it like so and select fly, I'm going to go flying here. You'll be able to see I've got this nice kind of flying animation like that. So what we want to do once he starts to take off, we want basically the city as well as the floor to kind of fly down. So I'm just going to go to the point where he starts to lift off, about that kind of point in the timeline. I can zoom in a bit closer to see the seconds a bit better. And what I want to do is basically add some animation. So with the city selected, I'm going to go to motion and go to out, and I'm going to go to slide bottom. Okay, and this is going to add a out animation where the city slides down, and what I'm going to do is just drag it across so it starts sliding basically from the beginning. I could even go directly to the beginning like that. And what I'm going to do is just use Command C with this animation selected, Command C, and then go to the ground as well, and just use Command V to paste that animation, that motion preset onto this layer here. And I'm also going to just resize the duration so that it's the same speed. So you have to see now, if I preview this, you can see the city kind of fades away and slides down, and it looks like he's starting to actually fly. Okay, cool. So now I've got this going on. What I'm going to do is now get some clouds. So I'm going to go to the shape tool and type in cloud, and I'm going to grab this cloud shape and just resize it. There's also some cloud shapes over here, so if you want to try one of these ones as well, you can play around with that. So what I want to do is, just bring this across, and let's just have a look when he starts to ascend. It was going about here. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to rename this one cloud, and I'm going to position it off the screen, and it's going to kind of slide down to the bottom. So what I'm going to do is just go with the custom animation. So at about this point here, I'm just going to click on the plus icon, go to position, and then I'm going to move the time indicator to the end of the animation. And just over here, I can use the Y properties just to drag it down. So I'm going to might say something like 1200, like so. And I'm also going to adjust the easing for this. So I'm going to select the easing and go to linear and both. And let's just preview what that looks like. Okay, cool. So you can make it even a little bit faster. And what I'm going to do is duplicate that again, that cloud. I'm just going to delete this animation so that it doesn't affect the actual properties, because I'm going to move this cloud to the right. So I'm going to just select this cloud, just bring it over, maybe place it about there. And at about this point where this cloud's kind of almost left the screen, I'm going to start the next cloud to animate. So I'm just going to again click on the plus icon, go to position, and move the time indicator to the end of the animation, and then just simply use the y-axis to bring it down so it goes exactly in a nice straight line. So I'm just going to zoom out. I could also just drag this down as well, because it looks quite nice and vertical. And again, I'm going to adjust the easing to make it linear, and let's just preview that. Cool. So I probably want to, maybe I could have the superhero guy behind the cloud if I want, but I might put him in front of it so he kind of gets more attention, I guess. And I might just drag this over a little bit, the second cloud, so it starts a bit earlier. Let's just preview that one more time. So we've got city flying down. He's going into space basically. And at this point here, once he goes past this cloud, what I want to do is make the background change to a night type scene. So it's going to go from daytime, like a blue cloud, into kind of space with a purple type color. So with the background selected, I'm going to drop down this and go to plus and go to color. And I'm going to change the color. So now it's blue. I'm going to move the time indicator over here. So just as he's about to kind of land in space, I'm going to change this color to a nice purple color. So just select the background and just change the color. So I'm going to change this nice purple color here that I've got set as my favorites. And to add any color to favorites, what you can do is just select the color and then click on add to favorites. So you can see it adds over here. You can also just delete those as well. I'm going to select that nice purple color. And you'll have to see now that we've got this really nice transition. So it goes from day to night. So it's going from blue to purple. Okay, like that. Now when he lands, we want to add another action for him. So I'm going to go to action. I'm going to select the character, go to add action, and go to wave, like this. And at the end, we're going to have him wave out, and we can basically have our logo, have a call to action if you like. So I'm going to go through and also add some extra kind of design. So I'm going to go to the background and just remove this kind of text here, and I'm going to grab one of these nice designs. So maybe something like this looks quite cool. It's just kind of subtle effects that look really good. Rather than just having a plain background color, you can have something like this. They look really good with explainer styled videos. So just drag this out, and I'll call this one design, and just drag this one down. So let's just have a look at the background. So this background starts to change at about this point, and so we want this kind of design to kind of slide down as well at the same kind of time. So what I'm going to do is change that color. So maybe we could grab something like, maybe even a darker color than that one. So maybe something like this. And then what I'm going to do is add a motion preset. So go to motion, and I'm going to go to in, and I'm going to go to slide, back slide bottom, maybe this one here, okay, like that. So let's just preview that. Cool. So that's looking good. And I'm also going to go grab a moon. So let's just type in moon over here. I might grab this one here, and I'll place it maybe over here like so. And I might select that color, maybe make it this orangey color like that. It's looking quite cool. And then I could just have like a call to action. I might go grab actually that same animation for this design one. So what you can do is just, again, select the design, select the animation, the motion preset, and use Command C to copy that preset, select the moon. I'll just type in moon over here. And I'm going to select the moon layer and just use Command V. And you can see it paste that motion preset. Now, copying animations and presets, it currently works with the motion presets, but not with the custom animations. So just keep that in mind. So now we've got this, we've got our moon flying down. I might even start a little bit later, and maybe just this design a little bit later as well. Let's just preview that. Okay, cool. And you can also offset the moon, maybe come a little bit later than the design. So like that. And then you could have, your text, add some text over here. Let's say, made in CreateStudio, like that. And you could have an animation, a motion preset. You could have, one of these text effects. Maybe we'll go with a text effect with this one. And let's go with text effects. And I'm going to select typewriter. So we've got this nice made in CreateStudio type effect. With the typewriter effect, if you want the text to type from the left to the right rather than from kind of right to left, I guess, in a way, what you could do is set the rotation point. Just use this top left corner, and you'll be able to see now the text plays from the left to the right like that, okay? And you can adjust the duration. Let's just preview what we've made so far. So he flies up into space, goes from day to night, and we've got this nice design and a little kind of call to, or the text, you could use a call to action. I might just go grab the design and actually bring him out as well so that it goes the same duration as the superhero guy. Let's just bring this all in like that. And yeah, so you've got your nice kind of scene all created with custom animations, designs, and yeah, motion presets inside CreateStudio. So have a go with that, play around with some of these effects and animations. And yeah, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and have fun creating. Hi, in this video, I want to show you how to create a pretty cool transition using some shapes and some animations, just like that. So as you can see, we've got this really nice looking animation. This will look really good with explainer videos, and basically any kind of video you like with this really nice looking shape transition. So what we're going to do is basically delete all these shapes, and again, just go to the shape tool over here. And what you're going to do is type in button and simply select this shape here, okay? So what I'm going to do is just resize this and make it a lot bigger so that it kind of fits the top half of the screen like that. And that's looking good. And what I'm going to do to make it even simpler is to use motion presets. You can do this with position custom animations, but I'm going to use motion presets. So I'm going to type top right for this one. And I'm going to go to motion and select slide left, okay? And you have to see that we've got this animation like that, but you can see that the shape is already on the screen. So what I'm going to do is select the animation, with the time indicator at the start of it and go to the settings property and just type in something like 2500. Okay, so, or maybe a little bit more, maybe 2600. Okay, cool. So now you can see that it's starting off the screen and it's going to slide in like this. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is duplicate that using Command D and just bring this a little bit to the right to offset it so that we have another color that comes in a little bit later. And I'm going to select this shape and make it a nice blue color. So let's just bring this up like this. Something like that. You can play around with it and see what looks good to you. So you can see we've got this white coming across. Maybe I'll make it a little bit earlier so it's not too much of a delay. And let's just preview this. Okay, like that. Cool. So you can make it a little bit faster. Maybe I'll just drag this out a little bit faster, and I've got that's looking good. Now what I want to do is again add the same shape, and I'm just going to click on the button over here, and I'll just zoom out and resize it. So it's basically the same kind of size as the top one, and I'll position it like so. And I'm going to bring this one underneath, and I'm going to call this one bottom left. Okay, cool. So with this one, I'm just going to go make it slide in from the left. So let's just, whoops, come across, and I'll just use the space bar to kind of drag across. And I'm going to position that like so, and just simply go to the motion presets over here and go to slide right to add that. And what I'm going to do is again position this off the screen. So let's go to just drag this across, maybe minus 2600 or something like that, or 2700, or maybe 2800 looks good. Okay, cool. So yeah, we've got this looking good, and that's going to come across like so, and I'm going to duplicate this one, and again I'll just make it offset the same kind of speed or duration as this one here, and I'm going to again change that color. So click on the color options, and I'm going to select this eyedropper tool and simply select that color so it's the same as the top one. And you'll be able to see now, if I just preview this through from the start, you'll be able to see a really nice transition that we just created like that. Cool, so that's how easy it is to go through and create this nice looking transition, just simply creating one shape sliding to the left, one sliding to the right, and just basically duplicating it and changing the colors and then offsetting it a little bit so they start a little bit later like that. Like so. Cool, so have fun creating some nice transitions inside CreateStudio. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a neon type text effect inside CreateStudio. So basically what you want to do is add a text layer. So I'm just going to delete this one, and then go to the start and just add a text layer, and I'll just bring this up. So you can just obviously type in your text. I'm going to type in neon, and I'm going to position this in the middle. And then what I want to do is basically add a border. So I'm going to go to advanced and go to border. I'm going to type something like 5, and I'm going to make this border a yellow color. Now you could go with like a pink or a blue or just a really bright color if you want to use these neons to make it look really good. And what I'm going to do is remove this white color fill. So simply on the settings, go to color and just bring down the opacity to 0 over here, and then go back over to advanced. And what I want to do is add a nice shadow as well to that. So I've got my text here, and I'm going to animate the shadow. So I'm going to go down over here and go to animations and go to shadow, and I want the shadow to start at 0 and then come over and kind of come up like a nice shadow. So I'm going to go to advanced and then go to shadow. I'm going to make it yellow, bright yellow like this, and I'm going to bring up this transparency to a full 100%. And for the blur, I'm just going to bring up the blur and make it something like, could be 83, you could go something like 200 if you like as well. And you can see now that I've got this really nice looking shadow effect like this. And I could also go through and add a text effect like a typewriter, like I had in the example, like this, and you'll see I've got this looking like that. I might want to go through and offset this animation so the shadow starts after the text already comes on like this, and that's looking really good. So that's how to create a simple neon looking text effect inside CreateStudio. Hi, in this video, I want to show you a really cool tip that you can use to fade out multiple elements without having to add the fade effect to each individual element. So to do this, it's really simple. So I've got this scene here. It's got, if I go into it, you can see it's got multiple layers. I've got a character, I've got these text layers, you know, the background, the button, all those kind of things. So what you would normally do is, you know, select each element, go to motion and go to fade out, which would take a lot of time. So instead of doing that, what you can do is go to the shape tool and go to rectangle. And I'm just gonna make this rectangle full width. So I'm gonna expand it like this so that it covers the entire video. And I want it to fade for about 2 seconds. So what I'm gonna do is just rename this one to fade, like this. And I'm gonna go to animations and go to opacity. And I'm gonna make the opacity at the beginning of this animation 0%. And I'm gonna make it just kind of expand to the entire width of this layer. And you can see now that that creates a really simple fade effect for my scene. So instead of having to do it on multiple elements, I've just got one shape that's fading in, which makes it basically like a fade out effect, okay? What you could also do is, you know, change that color. So let's say you want to fade to black, just make the shape layer black. And you can see we've got this nice little black fade effect like that. And again, it could be any color. If you wanted to fade it like navy blue or something like that, you could do that and create a really nice looking fade effect. So that's how you can, you know, really speed up your, you know, transitions at the end using a simple shape layer and a custom fade animation.
Hi, Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you how to make this video of two people texting each other. So the first thing I did in this case was to get some music, just so we have a length to follow for the video. It's background music. It's from the logo idents in the media library. I use one called Circus. Okay, now of course you don't have to use any music in the background if you're going to have this in the middle of your own video. Now let's bring in a background. So in the 3D backgrounds I chose the lounge. We'll bring that back here. Okay, let's shorten that up to match the background music. And as usual, I like to lock the background so that we don't move it around by accident. Okay, let's bring in the phone. So we're going to go into characters and devices, and I use this hand right here, so we'll drag that in. Now, if we want to center this, that's the center right there of the graphic, but I want the phone in the center, so I'm just going to move this over slightly just to match it somewhere around there. That's good. Okay, and let's bring that over the entire range here. And now we have to put the background to the phone. So we're going to get a shape for the phone. We'll use a rectangle here. And just match up the sides as best as possible. You'll notice that obviously since it has corners, it goes over the phone. So we're going to deal with that by going to Advanced and change the radius to around the corners, so it just fits nicely within the phone. And so it looks better. We're going to bring that down and behind, so it looks like a nice white face there of the background of the phone. Okay, so let's bring in the first text. We'll go to Shapes again, and I use this one right here, so we're going to bring that in, and let's recolor that to a bluish color. Let's say something like that is good, and we'll make it just a bit smaller here. Now I'm going to have them offset slightly so it looks like it's a little bit more to the right, so it looks like this person's talking. This is going to be this guy talking. Okay, let's add some text to that. So just so we can see it, I'll bring it over here. And I said, hey, what's doing? And I'll make that smaller to fit inside there, and I've centered it like that. Okay, since this is going to be over the entire length here, let's expand that. I'm going to add the animations in afterwards. So the next thing that happened is we had 3 little dots here that looked like somebody was in the middle of typing something. So let's work on that now. I'm going to move the head in here a little bit, the scrub bar, and let's add a circle. I'll show you how I did this here. So let's we're going to have this circle in like a gray, let's say just do a light gray like that. And we're going to set this up first and then we'll place it where we need to. So what we're going to do with the circle here is with the motion, have an in-out motion with fade. So we're going to do both. So it has a fade in and then a fade out, which we're going to do immediately, but I'll show you how to do that in 1 second. So we're going to have this circle here. We're going to duplicate this and offset it a bit. Okay, and we can use our shift key here to move it horizontally, or we just center it here, just move that over a little bit there. And let's do another one, duplicate that, offset it slightly. Okay, and we're going to move it off, let's say to about here. So again, you can center this exactly. I'm just going to set it up as best as I can. Great. Okay, so in order to have these fade in and out in succession, what we're going to do here is grab the 3 circles. Oops. Let me move this up so we can see everything a little bit better. There we go. And grab those 3. And I'm going to drag them down so that the fades occur immediately. So right about there. So what's going to happen now is this will fade in, fade out, fade in, fade out like that, okay? That's good. Actually, before we do that, I want to make it smaller. I'm going to show you why this is a bit of a problem to make it smaller. As you'll notice, there are no nodes, and I can't make that smaller. The reason for that is that anytime we move the scrub bar here, we're always on a transition. I'm just going to expand that again back out slightly. When I move the scrub bar into an area where there's 0 transitions, you can see now the nodes appear, and now I can make it smaller. So keep that in mind whenever you're trying to take a group and trying to expand it or reduce it in size. So I'm just going to zoom in here a little bit, and let's take this and place it right about there, a little bit over there. Okay, and again, you can make this as perfect as you want by making it bigger, smaller. Now I'm going to take this back here, and we're going to reduce that again. That's good. So now what will happen is when we play the let's just cut the music out for 1 second so we don't hear that every time. There we go. You'll see what will happen is each circle will appear in succession and then disappear, which is great. Okay, and the other thing you can do here is grab these together and make it into a group. So if you want to do a few different texting options here and they keep talking back and forth, you can just duplicate this group and then add it down below. Okay, so the first one is we're talking, the second one is the other guy talking, so that's why we're going to have it as if he's writing something and then follow it from there. So that's good there. So just as it's ending here, I'm going to have another box pop up as if the texting is done. So let's go back to shapes. I'm going to just expand that again a little more so we can see this a little better. Let's go back to shapes here. And this time I took one that was a little bit wider, which is down around there, this one here. Okay, and we'll color this, let's say, gray, lighter gray here like that. And let's bring that in a little bit closer to the left side this time and match it up to where the 3 dots were approximately. Okay, and that's good. And now let's add some new text. Okay, and this time we're saying nothing much. Want to go play basketball with a question mark. And we made this writing black. So let's just get that in there like that. Now for this one I also added an icon. So I went up to the icons here icons flat style and looked up the word basketball and got these two icons, which I already downloaded. So let's go back to media here and bring in the basketball icon. Now, of course, you can play around with the spacing. I'm just going to put that there for the sake of the video. Good. So remember, I'm setting everything up first. I'm going to do the animations at the end. I copied this and duplicated it because I wanted a wider text area. So let's grab that, bring that down over, and now let's just recolor them. So with this here, I will reverse it, flip it horizontally so that way it's going the same direction. And let's color that, make sure it's the exact same color, like that. And the text we're making white. There we go. And instead of the basketball here, I'm going to replace that with the basketball hoop. Perfect. Okay, so that's basically setting up the stage here. Now we can go in and we can animate everything. Okay, so when this pops up here, let's go to the box, or the text bubble here, and we're going to use motion in, and we're going to use back scale up. Now I actually tried, let's say, elastic scale up. I tried that, but what happens is it goes beyond the confines of the phone when it pops in, so that didn't look very good. So I'm going to do, it was back scale up, because that comes in a nice kind of slow movement. But as you can see here, it's popping up, it's going a little bit over here, and it's popping up from the center outwards. I don't want that to happen. What I want it to do is pop up from the bottom corner. So one important thing to realize, and something that I think some people maybe don't realize they can do or often forget, is to change the rotation point. So right now the rotation point by default is set in the middle. We want it to pop in from the bottom right corner. So let's make the center point there. Okay, and now when it pops on, you'll see it comes from that corner and upwards. Gives it a nice little different effect. Okay, let's just make sure that that is looking okay. Good. I'm going to make it just a little bit faster here. And let's copy that with Control-C and do the same thing with the writing. Again, change the center point, or the rotation point, to the bottom right. Control-V. So now they will both come up from the bottom right here. Now, because this is us, typing this, I also added a bit of typing text. Now, what we're going to have to do here is actually something a little bit different. So I'm going to the writing here. Okay, we're going to add a text effect of typing. And I'm just going to make it a little bit beyond how that's coming up. So you'll see what will happen is this will come up like that and type. Now you can see it's typing from the right to the left and pushing over. Now I actually don't want that, so I'm going to go back and change the typing here, change the rotation point to the left. Okay, so that when that bubble pops up, typing is happening from left to right. Then we get the three dots turn on, and now he answers. Now we don't need to see him typing, we just want this to pop up. So let's copy the pop-up here. That's right there. Control-C. I'm going to apply this to everything. But one thing you'll notice is when this pops up, it's again popping up with the wrong center point, with the wrong rotation point. So let's go back here. This time we're going to take it from the bottom left. Okay, change this one, bottom left, and this one, bottom left. So now it's popping up that way. Perfect. And finally, when we get back to this one, we're going to do the same thing as we did with the one above. So let's just paste again the pop-up. We're going to change the writing one in a second. And we're going to make this This is the box we're going to make from the corner bottom right. This one we're actually going to go from the top left because we want the text to type in from the top and just right across like we would normally. And then we're going to have this pop in similarly from the bottom right again. Okay, we're going to add to the text here, we're going to add a text effect with the typewriter, make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so what will happen again is the box will pop on, they'll be typing in the proper direction, and once the typing is done, then he'll add the basketball net emoji here, like that. Okay, so let's just see what's happening right now. Okay, now of course we've got to change the text here. And he's saying, sure, I'll meet you at the park in an hour. Okay, so far so good. Let's see what we're going to do now is we're going to add some sound effects. So again, I got a couple sound effects from the media library, and we looked up sound effects, and what I did was I looked up text. Oops. And there's send text message and text messaging, and I have them both here. So let's hear what those sound like. Send text message sounds like this, and text messaging. Okay, so when the bubble pops on, we're going to add the first one. So I always like to add my sound effects just as things are coming into view here. So let's add that to here. Okay, and then as these circles start coming on, we'll add the text messaging. And then the bubble starts to pop on around there. And the last one right about there. Okay, let's hear how that sounds now with the music. Let's turn the music back on. Now that music is too loud for this purpose. We won't hear the sound effects. So I'm going to take the volume of this, and I actually took it way down to 10%. Let's try that again. Okay, there you get the idea of that. The last thing that I did was added some camera effect. So we'll go to the camera, start off at full screen, and we're going to add a camera effect here. And I had it go out to when everything was on screen, so I'm going to expand that. And we're going to make the final camera a little bit zoomed in here. Let's say like that. Again, you can play with this and do whatever you like. All right, and now it looks something like this. And there you have it. Now one thing you might want to do is, because he's not actually typing here, you might want it to suggest that he's typing, and you do that by using the camera and just zooming in. So another option for the camera, just to show you, is let's say we're going to start the camera really zoomed in on him writing, okay, pretending that there's a keyboard down here, but you don't actually see it, and then we'll just bring it out slightly. Okay, so it might look something like this. So you can play around with the camera action. You can also add a header to this and a footer to make it look more like a phone, and just make it look the way you like. All right, I hope you enjoyed that, and happy creating.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a color change animation like this. So you can see basically the color is changing as the text is animating, and you can apply this to both text and shape layers. Let's go through and first of all add a text layer. I'm just going to bring it up and center it like so. Maybe I'll change the color quickly to blue so you can see it like that. So to create this animation, you simply click on the drop down menu and click on the plus icon for animations, and then simply select color. Now if you go out of here and you want to go back into the animation properties, simply select that and go to settings, and you can see you've got the properties again that you can select to animate. And what you want to do is basically set the start color and the end color. So the start color we can stay with blue, and then if I go to the end, I'm going to go through and choose something like maybe a red or an orange, something like that. So you can see it goes now from blue to orange, okay? So we can duplicate this by clicking on right click, duplicate, reverse, and now we go from orange over here and we can select a different color at the end. So let's go with something like green, or we can go with pink maybe, something like that. And I'll again duplicate, reverse that, and then go to the end and select a different color. So let's go with something like a pink, okay? What you could also do is add a text effect if you click on the plus icon and go to something like random characters, and you could drag this up so you've got two effects going at the same time. You've got color change as well as the random characters. So let's just preview that. Cool. So you can have a lot of fun with this and use it on shape layers as well as text to add another dynamic variation to your animations and your effects inside CreateStudio. Alright, so as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of new scroll stoppers inside our template library, and you can go through and browse through these done for you templates and fully customize them, or you can go ahead and create one from scratch inside the editor as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go grab this one here and just use this template. Alright, so as you can see, we've got our template here, and what we can do is just double click on this over here and go into the actual template, and you'll have to see it's really easy. You can go through and quickly replace your background image by clicking on replace, and I'll just go grab this one here. I'll just make it, you know, a nice big size like that. And we can also go through and customize everything. So you can go through and replace your, you know, profile picture. So I'm going to go grab a different logo over here and just bring this up like that. And you can go through obviously and change the text. Let's call this one coffee lovers, something like that. And you can go through and just, you know, reposition it. You can also adjust the likes, you know, change the text. And what you could also do as well, if you see this scroll stopper on the top, just simply hide that so that you can see it while you're making your edits, and that will really help you to, you know, customize this as you like. And then once you've done that, just simply add it back and you'll have to preview it like so. Cool, so that's how you can customize that. You can also click on this hide marked tracks to see every you know, layer over here. So let's say, for example, you want to, you know, remove that heart icon, just remove that one there and add this one back over like that. And yeah, you can just customize it as you like so, and create your templates really quickly. So that's using the done for you templates. Now if you want to go through and create one from scratch, what you could do is just create a new project and use Facebook and Instagram so that it's square. I might just go back to advanced settings and click on light to see it a bit better. And on the studio panel over here, if you click on scroll stoppers and click on the UI, and you'll be able to see we've got these done for you interfaces, okay? So let's go through and maybe I'll grab this dark UI here and just drag and drop it onto the canvas over here. And what I want to do is then go through and grab an effect. So I'm just going to double click to go into this project here. And if I go over to scroll stoppers, go to effects, and you'll be able to see we've got a whole bunch over here. Maybe I'll go grab the chameleon. I'm just going to drag and drop this one like that. Maybe I'll add it to the top or bottom and resize it like so. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is just go over to my media. You can import your own media, of course, or use our media library here. So let's go and grab, let's say forest. And maybe I'll grab something like that. Yeah, and play around with this, or this one here. So once you've got your image, you can just simply click on replace media, this one here, and click on replace and just grab your image like that. That looks pretty cool. And again, you can go through and select the image if you want to change that profile picture, or your business one. Maybe I'll grab this one here and change that to this logo here. Adjust your business like that. And yeah, just go ahead and fully customize it as you like. So you could also go through and if you wanted to remove one of these ones, just select that and hit delete. Just probably play this around, let's say. And yeah, you've got your scroll stopper done and ready to publish. So that's how to quickly and easily use the templates or go ahead and build your own ones in CreateStudio. Right, so I've got some projects set up, and what I want to do is run through and show you how to create the doodle effect on each of the different types of media. So the first one is video. So if you go into the drop down over here, you'll be able to see we've got a new row which says doodle effects. So simply click on the plus icon to add a doodle effect. And with this video, what I like to do is use the hide hand option so that it just draws out the video and reveals it like a transition like this. Cool. So you can also adjust the duration by simply dragging this out to the right if you want to make it slower, or bringing it to the left to make it faster. And you see it looks really good as like a transition to a video clip. Okay, the next one is images. So what we can do is actually draw out a manual path with this illustration. So I'm just going to go to the image over here and go to doodle effects. And this image I basically got over here on the images icon. If you go to illustrations and go to line characters, you can grab the same one over here. And I'm just going to simply click on the settings icon and then go to manual and then click on edit path. And this is going to enable me to draw out my points on the image and reveal it exactly as I like. So what you need to make note of is you need to hold down shift and click to add a point. And if you want to remove points, hold down shift plus control and then click to remove the point. So I'm holding down shift, I'm going to left click and just draw out this image. And you can see the white dotted line basically shows you the path of the hand, which is going to draw out the image. And the purple part on the outside is the amount of the image that's going to be revealed, okay, when it's drawn out. So you can adjust that drawing size by bringing it up like this if you want it to make it, really reveal a lot of the image. If you want to do something really precise, you can make it a lot smaller like that. And yeah, just reveal certain parts of the image, okay? So I'm just gonna bring it up to about 69 or so. And what I'm gonna do is just continue drawing out this quickly. Okay, cool. So I've added all my points. And if you wanna make adjustments to your points, you can simply left click without holding shift and you can move the points again like that. Really easily you can go through, and you can also add more points by holding down shift and click, okay? So let's just have a look at what that looks like. If I click on finish and just preview this. Cool, so that looks really, really good. And again, you can adjust the duration if you want to make it faster or slower. You can also, select a different hand, and we've added a whole bunch of new hands at the end over here. If I just go across, you'll be able to see we've got some new hands that you can select as well to reveal your image, okay? Cool, so a couple of other options as well. So you've got the hand size. So if you make the time indicator in between the animation and go to doodle effects, you can adjust the size of your hand. if I just zoom out a bit, what you want to make sure of is that the hand isn't too small. So if you have it like this, you're going to see that it's going to cut out the hand and it's not going to look very good. So make sure that the hand is big enough to kind of come outside the actual canvas of your video. And yeah, you can just go through and play that through. So just select the hand and let's make something like this. Make this one a bit bigger. And you can also adjust the amount of shaking. So if you want to make it shake quite a bit while it's revealing, you can do that as well. And let's just play this through. Cool. So now I've got my character over here. I'm going to show you how to reveal the character. Again, so you go to Doodle effects and let's go to manual, edit path, and I'm going to hold down shift and just simply draw out this character. Okay, cool. So what I want to show you is you can see that some of this image is not being fully revealed. I'm just going to remove the unmask when it's done, and let's go with this one here, and let's just preview this. Okay, cool. So as you can see, you've got this mask that I've drawn, but it's not revealing the entire character, which doesn't look very good, as you can see, like that. So what you want to do, by default we have unmask when it's done, and this is going to basically, once it's drawn out the character, it's going to remove the mask so you can see the entire character. So make sure that's selected when you're drawing out characters, it looks the best. And again, when you are drawing out the character, what you want to do is make sure that you're revealing as much of the character as possible, like this. Okay, so just bringing this out like that, and let's go to finish, and I'll preview this. Okay, cool. So you might want to go through and actually select like a 3D character hand like this, and I'll just quickly adjust that once more. If I go over here, I might bump up that drawing size a bit as well, like this, and go to finish editing. Cool. So it's looking really good. I'll just play it one more time. And it's probably best as well if you're doing a character to have like the idle action first, so that once it's drawing it out, it's in idle, and then once it's revealed, then you have your action that you want to show, like the thumbs up or something like that. Okay, cool. So for the text effect, we've got the same one as we had before. So again, you just go to text effects, select Doodle, and then you can adjust, you know, the hand, and yeah, have your text doodling. And we've also made sure that when you add the doodle effect, that by default we've added the anchor point to the top left, so that it will write from the left to the right without moving the text like that. And one other thing as well, we've added the ability, if you hold down shift and then click and drag, you'll be able to see that now you can move your objects in an entire, you know, straight line horizontally as well as vertically like this, which is really good for animating. And we've also added the option, if you select, you know, an object on the timeline and hold down shift and then click again, you'll be able to see that it selects everything from the top to the bottom like that, which is really helpful if you want to select everything like that and create a group. And you can also manually just hold down command and click to select, you know, multiple tracks like that. So I hope you enjoy this update. As always, make sure to download the latest version to see these in your account, and yeah, have fun creating.
Hi, Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you a tutorial on using masks. Think of a mask as an invisible shape that confines characters, objects, images, or videos, and those objects cannot be seen outside of the mask. On the other hand, if you invert a mask, it blocks whatever you put behind it, and objects only appear outside of the mask. So let's see what that means when animating. First, we're going to take a common shape, a circle. Now, I'm going to leave the circle the same color as the background, and you will see that there is a circle here. Now we're going to take a character and put him on the canvas. I'm just going to give him a bit of a longer animation here, the thumbs up. Now, whenever working with masks, it's best to rename them, and we do this on the track list on the left. So I'm going to grab the circle here, and we double click, and we're going to call this circle mask. what I'm going to do is animate this character within the mask. In order to create a mask, you always click on the object on the timeline you want to place in the mask. So right-click on the character and choose Mask With, and you'll see there are different shapes that you have put on the canvas. That's why we want to rename it so that we know how to find it properly. So we want to mask this with the circle mask. You'll notice when I click it that the character is cut off by the mask. If I choose the mask in the timeline and move it around, you'll see that it cuts off the character. And if I choose the character in the timeline and move him around, you can see that I can show you the edges of the mask. So let's just put him somewhere in the center here. Now if you want to remove a mask, simply right-click on the character and press Remove Mask. The circle then is placed on top. And as we can see, there's the circle here. Perhaps you want to have a background to the mask. You can duplicate the original circle, and we're going to rename it Circle Background. We can color it a different color, let's say a nice kind of light blue color. And we're going to place it underneath the character. So now, when we create the mask with the character using the original circle mask, you can see that the background circle is behind, so that way it looks like the character is within the background. And if we play it, he's animating within this circle mask with a background behind it. So let me show you a couple of other examples. Now let's take a logo. So we'll go to the shapes, and let's just take this one here, make it a little bit larger, and as you can see there is a logo here, and let's rename that logo. Now let's go grab a video. I've already loaded a couple here, so let's take this one here, and we're going to bring this onto the canvas. I'll expand it, and now let's just take this and expand it all the way. I'm going to choose the video, right-click, Mask With, Logo. And now it appears only within the confines of that logo, so when we play it, it gives a fantastic effect. Now, if you want this video to play only outside of the logo and not within the logo, we choose the mask, go to the settings, and you'll see where it says inverted, and let's press yes. And now when we play, it plays outside of the mask. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Keep practicing with masks and happy animating! Hi, I'm going to show you a technique using multi-masking. Now for the first example, it's as if we are looking through two windows at our neighbor's house. And in the second example, I'm going to show you two characters in what seems to be one mask. Now, one thing I just want to bring to your attention is that each mask can only have one image, and each image must have its own mask. So, in other words, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So let's see how to make these. So first of all, I'm going to bring in a background. So I'll bring in a rectangle and give it a bit of a color. Let's just give it a light orangey color and expand it over the whole canvas. And what I'm going to do here is just lock it in place so we don't move it. So I'm going to use the lock icon over here, and now that'll stay in place actually. Let me just expand that a little bit, and now lock it. Okay, so we want to bring in our picture. So I have a picture of a house here, which I'm going to bring into the canvas. And again, I'm going to expand it. Now remember I said that each mask has to have its own picture. So we're going to have two masks in this scenario. So we're going to have two pictures. So what I will do is just layer these. So I'm going to have this picture here, and I'm going to rename it. We'll call this House 1. And then I'm going to duplicate it. And we'll just rename this House 2. So it's the same picture on top of itself. Now we're going to create the masks. So I'm just going to create a rectangular mask. And I'll make them, let's say, about that size. Okay, and we'll expand that. And now I'm going to name this one Mask 1. And again, I'm going to duplicate it and call this one Mask 2. So when they duplicate on top of each other. So this is Mask 2 over here, and we'll just align that here. There we go. Let's just move that over to make it a little bit spaced out a bit more. Okay. That looks pretty good for our example. So what I'm going to do now is mask each picture into its own mask. So I'm going to take, for example, let's just rename this here. That's called House 2. There we go. So we're going to mask House 1 with Mask 1. And then we're going to take House 2 and mask it with Mask 2, and you'll see what happens. So now we can see the house in the background. It looks as if it's one image, when in fact it's two images, and you can see each mask. So for example, when we look at House 2, there it is. It's a completely separate image. But because they're on top of each other, it looks like the same image. Same thing if we choose the mask and move it around. You can see you can move around all over the place. And it will just show what's underneath the mask. So let's just go back here a few and undo that. Perfect. Okay, now I do like the house a little bit higher up, so I'm going to grab both houses here using the Control key. And I'm just going to use my arrow keys to nudge it up. So it looks like we're looking a little bit more straight at the house. And I also downloaded this image of a window. Now you can see here that the window has a white background. So what I'm going to do with this is go to Advanced, Remove Color. We're going to enable it and use the color picker and pick the white. And what this will do is make this image transparent. So now we just have the window without the white background. And what I've done for this is that this is on top here. I'm just going to align this as best I can to the mask here. So it looks like we're looking through the window. And I'm going to duplicate that on top, grab it, and we can move that over to this one here. And there we go. Now it looks like we're looking through two windows at the same house. Okay, now let's move on to the second example where we have two characters within the same mask. So first of all, I'm going to add a background. Let's take, again, a rectangle, and we'll make it a bit of a green color this time. And I'm going to expand it. And we're going to lock it. Great. Now we're going to bring in a mask. So I'm going to bring in a shape, a circle. I'll just make it a little bit larger. And I'm going to call this Circle Mask 1. And because we have two characters, each character has to have its own mask. So we're going to duplicate this, and let's call this one Circle Mask 2. Now as you can see, there are two circles here, one on top of each other. So what I'm going to do now is add a couple characters. So we're going to add Kate. And I'll just place her a little bit where I want her within the circle. And I'll add Will. And let's put him somewhere about there. So let's animate them a little bit. Kate is idle, and then she'll be happy. And then let's get her to be just idle again, it's fine. And then Will, let's say he will wave. Then he can be idle. And let's make him do a thumbs up. And then idle again. Okay, that's fine. So now you'll see when they're animating, you'll see what they're doing, but they're in front of the circles. Now, one thing I'm going to need later is when we mask, these white circles are going to disappear. So what I'm going to do is duplicate the circle again. Let's go back and rename this here. Those two. Okay, we're going to do the one at the bottom I just did here, and let's call this one Circle Background. And we're putting it at the bottom because we want it at the back of the scene. So now we're going to take Kate and I'm going to mask her with Circle Mask 1. And you'll see she'll go inside of the circle. And we're going to take Will and we're going to mask him with Circle Mask 2. Now he's within the circle. But remember, it's white because we have a circle background here. So if we take the background out of the way, you'll notice that there's nothing behind them because the masks are invisible. Okay, so I'm just going to put this back here. There we go, right about there. So now, when we play the animation, you'll see that both of them look like they're within the same mask. Okay, that's it for multi-masking. Now remember, each mask must have its own image, and each image must have its own mask. Now, I use 2 masks for each of these examples, but you can use as many as you like. So thanks for listening, and happy animating! Hi, Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you a couple of advanced masking techniques. First, I'm going to show you a video effect using masks in motion. And secondly, I'm going to show you how to add a screen recording to a computer and add some zoom effects. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is bring in a background. Now, I've already downloaded this background of a brick wall, and I'm going to expand it. And let's just make that a little bit longer. And I'm going to lock it in place here using the lock icon. Now we're going to bring in this video, and I'm going to expand that as well. And if I just play it, you'll see what's happening. The skateboarder is jumping over the bush and onto another skateboard. Now remember, we're going to be using 3 phones, 3 masks, and therefore we're going to need 3 instances of this video. So I'm just going to duplicate this twice. There we go. And let's rename them. So we'll call this one Video 1. Video 2, and Video 3. Right. Okay, now I've already downloaded also this icon of the phone, which can be found up here under Home and then go to Devices, and I grabbed one of these phones here. And as you can see, it places it directly in the center of the video. So we're going to keep that one. Now let's duplicate that. Okay, we're going to duplicate it again. Again, we need 3 of everything. So the first one here, I'm going to move it over using the Shift and arrow keys, just so we can get an exact positioning, like that. And we'll take this one here. And we'll get that over like that. Looks pretty good. And again, we're going to just rename these. So this one here will be phone 1. Phone 2. And phone 3. Okay, so for the next step, we're going to actually add the masks. Now we're going to go up to the shapes here, and we're going to add this curved rectangle. And let's place it in the first one here, just to match as close as we can to the edges. Now you'll notice that the edges really don't match here and the curve is not correct. So what I'm going to do is go over to the Advanced tab, and we're going to use the radius selection here. I'm going to unlock it so that we have an X and Y radius. And I've already calculated. We can use the X as 1 and the X is 3 and the Y is 1. And you'll notice that the curve matches fairly nicely here to the curve of the frame of the phone. Now you can play around with these to get the best curve that you'd like, but that seems to fit pretty nicely and it fits within the entire space of the frame. Okay, now let's call this one mask 1. And we're going to duplicate this, and we'll call this mask 2. And let's just take mask 2 for now. We're going to move it over to this phone. And let's duplicate that one. Move it over to here, and we'll call that mask 3. Okay, so now we have 3 instances of the video, 3 instances of the phone, and 3 instances of the mask. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do after this is we're going to mask each video with its own mask. So remember, when we play this, it's going to look like one video, but really it's 3 separate videos playing on top of each other at the same time. So let's go to video 1, and we're going to mask with mask 1. Now you'll see it just disappears here because the other videos are on top. Okay, we're going to take mask 2 and mask it with, we're going to mask that with mask 2, and the video 3 and mask that with mask 3. There we go. So now, because the masks are invisible, we see the videos within them, but everything around it is cut out and we just see the background that we had originally. So now we see the skateboarder flying through the phones, and that looks pretty good. But we want to have the phones move on as the skateboarder is moving onto the screen to give it a more dynamic effect. So the first thing we're going to do is choose the phone, okay, phone 1, and we want it to have an entrance from the left. So I'm going to go to motion, and we're going to have it slide to the right. So as you'll see here, the phone is going to come in and slide to the right. But as you'll notice here, the mask is still on the screen. So we're going to do a Control-C to copy this entrance and go down to the video shape mask. We want the mask to move. Click on that, Control-V. So now the mask follows the frame of the phone. Okay, so as it's going to come on now, you'll see it comes on when he is skating on. That looks pretty good. So right here, you'll notice that he's jumping between phones. So I'm going to have this phone come on and slide upwards. So we're going to choose the frame here, which is right here, phone 2. At this moment, I'm going to move this inwards here, and I'm going to have the motion slide to the top. There we go. And again, we're going to do the same thing, Control-C, and we're going to do the same thing to mask 2. Now you'll notice that when I did that, it copied it at the beginning of this video here. Now we want it lined up with this one here, because what will happen now is the mask will then come on early and then the phone's coming on. We don't want that. So what we really want to do is take this video right here and we're going to move it over and align it to where this phone starts. So now they're both coming on together. Okay, now let's just check for timing here. We're going to press play. That's not bad. Okay, now you can fine tune this, but that's not bad right now. So he's coming on and jumping through the phone. Very good. Let's do the same thing for this phone, and this time we're going to have it slide to the left. But again, we want it to be somewhere around, okay, he's coming in, let's see where the video is. The video is right about there. He's coming on. So we want the phone to move over just about there, let's say. Let's try that. We're going to copy and then paste to the third video mask here. And we're going to move this over to align with that one, as you can see there. So let's see how that looks. 1, 2, 3. Not bad. Okay, that seems to align pretty nicely. So again, you do have to play around with the timing here, but that seemed to work pretty nicely. And let's just watch that again. Phone slides in, phone slides back and forth here, and he's moving with the video, and it's a very nice effect. Now, the last thing that I would do here is just to give this a little bit more depth, is I'm going to take the phone and we're going to add a shadow to it. So let's get rid of border here. We're going to go to shadow, which is open already. I'm going to add a 30 blur and let's say a 10 offset and 10 offset with the Y, and you'll see there's a nice shadow here. So let's do that for each of the phones. So you can see the offset is a little bit off to the right and down, but it also creates a shadow inside the phone to really give it a nice depth. So now we play it with the shadow there. Looks pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that one. Okay, for the next part of the video, I'm going to add a character, and we're going to bring in Paul. And Paul is going to be on his computer working from the back. Now, we don't really want a white background here, so let's go to backgrounds. And let's get an office background here. That one, we're going to bring that onto the screen here. And obviously it's in front, it's on top here, so we want to bring that behind Paul. So I'm going to bring Paul forward there. Okay. Now I want Paul to be working on the computer for quite a bit of time here, and really it's only a short period of time right here. It's only a few seconds. So the first thing I'm going to do is duplicate him and align these. I'm going to duplicate him again and align it, duplicate and align it. Okay. Now you can see that's going to take a lot of space on the timeline. So what I'm going to do here is just take these instances of Paul, use your control key and grab them, and we're going to right click and create a group. And I might even want more than that. So let's duplicate the group, move it over, duplicate the group. Let's just do this a couple times, it's fine. Grab these groups and group them again. I just find this to be a quick way to do things, and then I'm going to call this group Paul. Okay, so now we have a long string of Paul working on the computer. But now the background disappears. Now we can go in and just expand this, or again, very quick, is I'm just going to duplicate the background a couple times. Grab all instances, group it, and we can call this background. Okay, let's just move the... Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is add a mask. So let's just get a square mask here, a rectangle, and I'll align it as best I can to the screen. So we're just going to put that right behind there. Okay, and I'm going to expand that. Great. Now, as you can see it over top of the screen. We don't want that, so I'm going to take this rectangle and put it just behind Paul. And there we go. So now it's basically sandwiched between Paul and the background. Let's go to our media now. Again, I already did a screencast of a Google search, okay, and then I looked up CreateStudio, and we're looking at a screenshot now of the search, and then going to the website. Okay, and scrolling through that. Okay, so I already prepared that. And again, what we're going to do now is we want this within the screen, right? So I'm going to make this approximate size. Here you can make it a little bit larger, smaller. It doesn't really matter. And I'm going to right click, and we're going to mask it with the rectangle, which is basically the rectangle in the screen. Again, you can rename that if you want. And there we go. So now we'll notice that the screencast, oops, sorry, that's the mask. The screencast is right here, and you can see I can move it around, and again the mask is invisible, so we don't see that white square anymore. It's the screencast that's going to take up the space. So let's move that a little bit in more so we can get a nice picture of that. We'll make it just right to the top like that, and let's move that over. Okay, that looks pretty good. So now when we play it, oh, you see it's on top. See why? Because now it moved on top of Paul. So we want to get Paul back to the top, and there we go. So now when it plays, it looks like it's on the screen, and it looks like Paul's doing all the typing. Great. So one thing we can add here while he's doing the search is, let's say you want to zoom in on an area. Now we can use the camera to zoom on the computer screen in the entire image, but I want him to look as if he's zooming in on the actual screencast itself. So we're going to go here, and we're going to add an animation. And I'm going to add, I always like to add position and scale. In case I change that a little bit, then I don't have to go back and do that. So it's going to start here, and now if we want to zoom in a little bit, we can pull that in like that, let's say. Okay, and then I'm going to duplicate reverse, because sometime later I'm going to have it go back. So now when we play it, you might zoom in on something, he's looking, and then he'll zoom back out again. So you can play around with exactly the timing that you want. There we go. And then he looks at some things and then zooms back out again. And you can do that multiple times, as much as you want, depending on what you want to focus on. And especially if you're making this for somebody else and they want a specific thing on their screen to be shown, you can use the screencast animation, and of course you can also use the camera. So, okay, I hope you enjoyed that video, and thanks very much for watching, and happy creating! Hi, today I'm going to explain to you how to export and import your project. So we're going to get back to this screen here, but let me just save my project and exit. So here's my project here called Export Project, and you'll notice along with the Edit Project Name, Duplicate Project, and Delete Project, there's an icon which is for exporting your project. So I'm going to press the Export Project button, and we're going to save it as a CSV file. Now I'm going to rename this just to show you the difference. We'll call this Export Project Renamed. So this is my old project. And now to import your project, go to Import Project. And then grab the CSV file that you just created and open it. And you'll see that here it is. And now we can open it. Now to explain how project exporting works, with your commercial license, you can install CreateStudio on 2 separate computers. And when you export a project, you can now import it onto the other computer and vice versa. if you have an all access pass, not only can you export and import between two computers, but you can also now share your project with other all access pass users. Now, projects do automatically save, or you can save them manually, but remember that if you change a project and you want to share it, it must be exported and imported again. Hi, Arnie here. Today I'm going to show you how to use presets. Now, a preset is a video that you can use over and over without having to reproduce it each time. You may want to use presets as intros or outros, or common bits of video that you use over and over. Now, as you can see, I've made a little video here with some text, characters, and some animation. Now, I like to group my presets together. So let's call this preset. And this is so that when I import it, it's much neater in the timeline. Now, before I save it, we go over to Advanced Settings and choose It's a Preset and press Yes, and then Save. Now, this video is set as a preset. So let's exit out. And I just made a very small new project here with just some text. And now I'm going to import that preset. So we go to the side here where it says Import Preset and select Preset, and there it is. We press it, and here it is right here, which we can move around. So if I play, we'll get to the end here, and this can be, let's say, the outro, or if we want to move things around, we can have this as an intro or somewhere in the middle. Okay, let's just exit out here. Now I just want to show you one other feature. Another feature that you might find helpful is Duplicate Project. If you have similar projects, or if you just want to save another copy, choose your project here and go to this icon which is Duplicate Project. When we press it, it creates an exact duplicate, which we then can rename like so. So this is helpful if you want to make some major changes to a video, and this way you won't lose anything if you want to revert back to your original. Okay, thanks very much for watching, and happy creating!
In this video, you're going to learn how to create a text spacing animation as well as add a border to your text. Cool, so to do this, I'm just going to delete this text and just bring the time indicator to the start. And I'm going to click on the text icon to add some text. I'll just scale that up and center it. Now I want to remove this text fill color, so I'm going to click on the color palette over here and just bring the opacity of the fill down to 0 and go back. And then click on Advanced to add a border. So you'll see the border options here. I can just go through and add a border, let's say 2. I could then change the color. Let's make a green kind of teal color. And now I've got my text, it looks good. I can go through and create some animations. So on the drop down over here, I'm going to click on Animations, and I'm going to select Text Spacing as well as Scale, okay? So let's just drag this out, make it about 1 second long. And what I'm going to do is make the scale down to 0, so I'll just drag this down like that, and you can see we've got this animation that goes on like so. Also at the end of the animation, I want this text to like kind of spread out with the text spacing. So on the letter option over here, I'm going to go and type in something like 200. And you can see now that when we play this through, it kind of zooms in like that. And then what I want to do is add another animation. So go on to Animations and the plus icon and use the text spacing as well. And then just drag this down to about 1 second long. And at the end, I'm just going to make the spacing 0. Okay, so let's preview that. Like that. You can also change the easing to create unique looking animations just by, for example, selecting Elastic. And if I just drag this out to maybe 2 seconds long, let's just preview that animation. You see we added a nice bounce to the text. So that's how to create a border for your text as well as a text spacing animation. In this video, you're going to learn how to create a really cool logo animation really quickly inside CreateStudio. Great, so as you can see, it's a really cool looking animation and you can do it really easily inside CreateStudio. So let me show you how it all works. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete everything. So the first thing you wanna do is go grab an image. I'm just gonna go, and you could also use a video if you like as well. So let's just grab this one just because I used it in the example. And I'm just gonna call this one background, or BG for background, and make it about, let's say about 6 seconds long. And what I did in this one, I'm just going to scale it up a little bit. So just zoom out a little bit and use scale. Okay, that's good. And what I want to do is basically create a zoom in effect. So I'm going to drop down the arrow over here and click on the plus icon and simply select scale because I want to animate the scale properties. And I'm just going to drag it over to about the end like that. And then I'm going to move the time indicator to the end of the animation and then simply bring it down. So let's just go and scale this down like so. So maybe about that kind of size. We want it to end about here, and I'll just center that like so. Okay, so now we're going to have a really nice looking zoom animation. I'll make it the same duration as well as the layer. So if I just preview this, so it kind of like zooms out. And the other thing I want to do as well is just adjust the opacity. So just make it a little bit darker, and this just helps your logo to have more contrast between the background. Okay, so we've got this in place, and now what I want to do is grab my logo. So I've got a logo over here. I'll just drag and drop it like so. And you can see if the background was full opacity, you can see it's not really that visible, the logo, but I really want the logo to stand out. So I'm just, as I said, I'm just going to bring down the opacity, maybe something like 25. And then I'm going to go and add an animation to this logo. So over on the motion presets, I'm going to go to in, and I'm going to go to 3D, and I'm going to just select this one here. You can go ahead and choose another one if you like as well, but I'm going to use this one for this example. And I'm going to make it about 2 seconds long, and I'll just preview that so far. Cool. So we've got the animation going. The next thing I want to do is, after maybe half a second or so, I want to add a glitch effect. So I'm going to click on the plus icon and then select glitch effect. And I'm just going to drag it down a little bit and also adjust the easing. So right click on the custom animation, go to easing and go to both in linear. Okay, cool. And you basically want to place the time indicator at the end of this animation. And we want it to go from 0 glitching to, a glitch effect, and then we want it to go from glitch to out. So basically what you're going to do is go to advanced, at the bottom on glitch effect, turn it on, okay? And you'll see if I place it over here, it's still at 50. So we want this basically to start at 0. So from this point, it's not glitching until it starts to hit here, and it's going to start glitching, and then it's going to stop glitching basically. So we want to put the time indicator here and bring the strength down to 0 so that we've got the animation going and there's no glitch going on. Okay, and then it starts glitching, as you can see, and you can bring up the strength and play around with these settings as you like. So let's maybe bring up the strength to like 85 or something like that. We want to bring up the RGB shift so that we've got the colors really going crazy, and you can just really play around with this and see what looks good to you, something like that. And yeah, once we've got that, we've got from 0 to, it goes to 85. Then what we want to do is basically right click on it and duplicate reverse so that it goes from 85 back down to 0. Okay, and so it stops glitching like that. And we just want to basically bring this down, so depending on how long you want it to glitch for, it's going to go about 2 seconds or so, and then it will just kind of come back to normal. So while this is glitching, what I want to do is add my text. So I'm just going to add a text layer and just type in something like Create Studio. Now in the preview video that I showed you at the start, basically what I did was I had the fade effect as one word, create, and then I offsetted it with Studio. Actually, I might just do that to show you what I was meaning. So basically you got to just add your text there, like okay, about there. And then I'm going to select that and go to motion and go to fade in. You could just use a different, like a slide animation as well, but I'm just going to go with a simple fade like that. And then I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'll just move that over so that we can see it a bit better, and just type in Studio like this, and then I'm just going to hold Shift down and click on that other word and just drag it over so it's centered like that. And then for Studio, I'm just going to make it start a little bit later so that it kind of Create kind of comes on, and then Studio like that. Okay, that's pretty cool. And the last thing you want to do is basically get a nice intro logo kind of track. So I've got this one here. I'm just going to drag and drop this one over, and maybe I could just make everything go to about that kind of duration. And also for the glitch effect, a good thing to do is to have like a glitch sound effect. So if you can find one of those, you can use those also on your same duration as the glitch to add more effect to that. So I'll just zoom in a little bit closer to show you. So this is a glitch sound effect that's playing, and so you want to kind of align it up so that it starts at the same time as your glitch effect and ends also at the same time as the glitch effect. So if I just play this through, and you'll see what we've just created. So that's how to create a really cool logo animation using the glitch effect as well as some motion presets and some simple settings inside CreateStudio. If you like this video, make sure to add a like and have fun creating. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a screen where you can place a video or an image in the background of any device inside CreateStudio. So the first thing you want to do is grab your device. So I've got an iPad for this one, and you can use, you know, a mobile phone or a MacBook or a desktop computer, whatever device you like. Then click on the shape tool and select the rectangle tool. And you basically want to draw out by holding down Shift and dragging the corner to draw out your screen size. And then just drag it below the device, and I can call this one screen, like so. And then what you want to do is basically grab some media. So I've got a video clip here. I'm going to drag it onto the canvas and just kind of resize it a little bit, and just drag it underneath the device and so on top of the screen. And then all I'm going to do is right click on it and go mask with screen. Okay, and now you can see that I've got my video playing inside my iPad screen. And I did it really quickly inside CreateStudio. Hi, in this video, I'm going to show you how to create a vignette for your videos. And this is basically a design tip that can really help you to create more visually appealing videos, okay? So basically what it is like an overlay. So you can see I've got this footage here. If I go ahead and add the vignette on top, you'll be able to see it adds this really nice cinematic type look. If I just remove that, you can see it's quite bright. It looks good as well because it's nice footage, but if you add the vignette over here, it gives it a really nice kind of cinematic type look. Same thing as well for this explainer or this kind of cinematic type promotional video. You'll be able to see if I remove it over here, it's quite nice. It's nice and clean, but if I go and add this, it helps to kind of add a light kind of a feel in the middle and a shadow around the outside. And you'll be able to see this like so. Looks really good. If I just bring it over here, so in this scene here, you'll be able to see if I remove the vignette, it's quite light. If I bring it in, it helps to focus in on the middle of the frame, like that. And yeah, so also like if you've got explainer videos, it can add a really nice effect. You can see with this kind of text slide, this is just a white background, and because I've added the vignette on it, it adds this nice kind of focus look to it. So let me show you how to go ahead and create that really quickly and easy in CreateStudio. Basically what you're going to do is go ahead and add a shape and click on the rectangle tool to add this rectangle. And then what you want to do is basically expand it to make it full width. You click this button, it does that instantly. I'm just going to zoom in a bit closer. And what I want to do now is go to the color option and select radial gradient up here. So click on that. And we're basically going to create a gradient like so. I'm just going to move this into the middle of the screen and just also grab this one and bring it down around here or so. And then what I want to do is change the color. So first I want to make it black over here. And then also I'm going to adjust the opacity. So I'm just going to bring this down like so. Something like that. And then I'm going to go to the second color over here and make this one also black. So now what I want to do is add some footage. So I'm just going to grab, let's go grab this image here. I'm just going to expand it as well. And I'm going to place it underneath that rectangle. And you'll be able to see now we've got the vignette on here. And it's that effect. And you can, really play around with it, make it really not so hard, I guess, in terms of the impact, but make it more subtle. You can go ahead and just, bring this opacity down. And you can also go and select this and drag this out like that. And if I go ahead and just remove this image and just change the background color to white, for example, you can see the kind of shadow effect that it has over here. And again, you can play around with this. Just go ahead and adjust the opacity, maybe bring this second opacity down a bit as well. And you can see how it really does create a nice effect. You can bring it up a bit whiter, for example, as well, and just kind of make it how you like for your specific project. Okay, so that's how to create a nice vignette in CreateStudio. What you want to do as well is if you got a project that say is going for about 2 minutes, you can just simply drag this across. I'll go back over here and just zoom out. Just drag it across, make it the size of your project, and then go ahead and lock it. And then you can also hide it by clicking on this button, just hide it like that. And then every time you create new stuff, you can, you've got your vignette that overlays the entire video. Yeah, it makes this really nice looking effect. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that. Add a thumbs up if you liked it, and have fun creating vignettes in CreateStudio.
Hi, Arnie here with a tutorial on using green screen and color removal. Okay, so I've added a factory background here, and I've also added a video with some gears on a green background. And as you can see, these gears are moving. Now what I wanted to do was add some animation to maybe this part of the machinery here. Now, green screen technique is where you can take an image or video that's on a solid color background and remove that background so you can place the image or video on any background. It's typically done on a green background, as green is a good contrast color. Now, any color can be used, but it can't be found within the object itself. So let's take a look at how we remove this green screen. We're going to go to the Advanced tab and go to Remove Color. And we're going to enable it. Now we can choose a color by hex code, or we can just use the color picker. And you can see how the color changes over the color picker to the green. Press it, and it disappears. Now you can see there's still some green around the edges here, and what we're going to do now is use the threshold, and we can use this back and forth to get out as much of the green as possible. Now, as you can see, if we go too far, it takes out a lot of the color. So we want to get it as best as possible. Let's say something like that. And we can use the edge fading to soften up the edges slightly to get rid of any green remnants. And now we can place it over the machinery the way we like it. That's great. I'm going to add a little shadow here just to make it stand out a little bit better. And now when we play it, you'll see we have some animation over the machinery. For this next part of the tutorial, I'm going to take this winter cabin, and I've downloaded a video of some snowflakes, and as you can see, they're on a black background. So we want to remove that black background so that the snowflakes overlay the background of the cabin. So how we do that is we go into the blend mode here, and we can choose a number of different blend modes. The one that works best here is the screen mode. So when we press this, it will get rid of the black background and only show the snowflakes. So now when we play it, we have a beautiful winter scene. Well, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. Thanks for watching, and happy creating! Hi, Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you how to make this infographic chart. Okay, let's get started. So the first thing we're going to do is bring in a background. So I've already chosen one. And we'll expand that here. Let's bring it to around, let's say 8 seconds. And lock that in place. Great. Okay, so we're going to first do the y-axis. So let's get a rectangle here and some text. And for the text, I chose this font right here. Okay, and let's bring this up and down here and make this a little bit thinner. So right about there is good. Great. Okay, let's expand that to our 8-second mark. Okay, and let's set up the text here. We're going to put the first one here at 0%. Let's go and turn our snapping on everything on here. Okay. Okay, we're going to duplicate this now. And we're going to make this one 50%. Bring that to about the halfway mark. And duplicate again. And this will be 100. Okay, so let's animate this part here. What we want the line to do is to animate from nothing and then move upwards. So in order to do that, we're going to have to do a custom animation. And we're going to make this a scale animation from 0 all the way up to 100. Okay, so as we can see here, it's doing nothing. So right now we want the end to be full and we want the beginning to be 0. So we're going to go over here to our scale and unlock it and change the Y scale to 0. But first what we want to do is make sure that it's going to go from the bottom to the top. So in order to do that, we change our rotation point and we'll put that at the bottom. So now it will go from the bottom upwards. If we kept it in the middle, it would start in the middle and then go outwards from that point. So we're going to change the Y scale to 0. And now watch what happens. When you move the scrub bar, it moves upwards. Great. So we're going to move that just in a little bit here. And that's where the whole animation will start. So let's have the 0%, the 50%, and the 100% just pop on. So we're going to go to zoom and do let's do an elastic scale up like that. And we're going to have the 0 come on right when the line is starting. So it'll go like that. And when the line's around 50% here, we'll have the 50 come on. So let's copy this elastic with Control C, and we'll add it here with Control V, and also to the 100. Now in order to have the animation line up a little bit better, I'm going to turn the snapping off on the timeline. There we go. There we are. And when it gets right up to the top there, we'll have the 100 come on. Perfect. So now it's going to look like something like that. Great. Okay, we can also have a title. So again, let's add some text here. We'll call that Infographic. And duplicate that. Okay, and then this one will say chart. And we'll line these up here. Great, and let's color this a nice little blue color here. Something like, oh, maybe a little bit lighter like that. Great. Okay, grab these two and we'll put that at the top. And let's have those pop on when the 100 pops on. So again, we're just going to copy and paste that here. So copy that and paste and paste. So now, when this comes on, it'll look something like that. Great. Okay, so what we're going to do next is, since there's 5 bars, I'm going to create the entire first bar. So that way all the animations are done for that bar and we can duplicate that as we move along. So what I'm going to do is add another rectangle here. And if you remember from the first one, we had initially we want these translucent lines to come on to fill up the entire area. Okay, so let's make it something like that. And we're going to change the opacity here. I made it around, let's say, 30 or so. It's great. Okay. And we're going to have that come on just around this point. Whenever everything comes on, we'll have this bar come on. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this. And we're going to make this the bar that is on top. Oops. Okay, so let's pick this one here. And bring that down. I think I made this around 75%, so we'll have it there, and we're going to bring the opacity up. So this is what the end result's going to look like, and then we'll animate it afterwards. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate this 0 here. And we're going to label this. Oops, there we go. A. And we'll put that right down around there. Right in the middle. Okay, now since this is A and under this bar here, I'm going to just bring this up so it comes on when this light bar comes on. And I'm going to erase that. There we go. That animation, because we want a different animation. So there's the first bar. Now let's animate it. I want this to slide in from the left. So we're going to do a motion in, and let's have it slide to the right, just like that. So we have the slide to the right. And as you'll see, what happens is it's sliding from off the screen and then inwards and in with a fade. Now I don't want it to go from off the screen. I want it to come in a little bit sooner here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to right click and do animation settings. And you can see where the starting X is. So if I have this off screen right there, I want the starting X to actually come right about where the line is. So I can move the slider bar and say where I want this to start. Let's say somewhere right there, so minus 100. Okay, and I still want to use the fade. So now what's going to happen is when this comes on, it starts around there and then slides where it needs to go. And I want that the same thing to happen with the label. So we're going to copy this again. We're on the animation copy. We'll go to A and paste. So again, I'm just going to move this one out of the way for a second just to show you. So now when this bar comes on and the A comes on, they fade in and they slide in. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to have this next part here, this line, come from 0 and come all the way up. But it's not going to happen till later. But I'm going to animate it now because we want to copy this entire bar a few times. So again, when we animate this, we're going to do a custom animation from scale. We're going from the 0 Y scale up to its max. Okay, so that's where the max is. Now let's go to 0. We're going to again go over to our scale, unlock it so we have the X and Y separate, and make the Y 0. So what will happen now is this will come on, and at some point, oh, you see what we did here? I didn't change the rotation point. Okay, let me just delete this here and change the rotation point. So we're going to go scale. Actually, we're going to have to move this now because it changes some things. Okay, let's go this. I put this back at the bottom here to about 75. Change the rotation point first. And now we're going to add a scale animation and start from 0. There we go. So now you can see it's starting from the bottom. All right, so now it will climb up to about 75. Okay, so now we have our first bar. We have the background, we have the bar sliding up, and we have the label. I'm just going to close the tracks down so we just see these 3 tracks here. And I'm going to choose these 3 tracks, and I'm going to duplicate them. It duplicates all at once. Now, we labeled that one A. I'm going to label this one B, so we know where everything is. And I'm going to take these 3 here, and we're going to move them using the arrow keys. Now I use the shift arrows to get an exact number. I'm going to move them over 15. So we have a little space in between. Now you can do more. Maybe let's do 20 there. Okay, so now they're exactly apart. So when we do these, they'll be exact. I'm going to change this label to B. Okay, and maybe we want this a little bit lower, so I'll put this down to maybe 25%. Okay, excellent. And let's duplicate that again. Okay, and let's choose that and move it over. Oops. Okay, and we'll call this one C. Now, if you remember on the sample that I showed you, this one was the same color as the infographic, so we can do that now. I'm going to grab the C and change the color using the eyedropper, and we'll hover over the letters here, and you'll see that the color will change over the eyedropper tool. So, you know, that's not the right color. Let's try that again. There we go. And the same with the bar here. Oh, let's try one more time. There we are. Okay. Duplicate again. That one's going to be D. Great. Now, of course, we have to bring that one back to white. And of course, you can do this differently. I'm just showing you an option here. And this one will go up to about 75 again. This one I put a little bit higher, maybe to 90 or so. And lastly, we're going to duplicate the D one again and duplicate there, and we'll call this one E. There we are. Now you can label all the rectangles yourself as well if you choose. I'm just doing this for simplicity. So let's choose now the E. Okay, so this is the gist of the chart here. So as you'll see, what's happening is they're all coming on, they're all duplicated, so they're all coming on, and then everything's moving up. So this actually looks pretty good. Happens all at once. And if you want to now shift this around a little bit, what I would do is, let's say we start the A one here. So the A is start. I'm going to open these up. Let's open them all up. Just makes things a little bit more visual here. Okay. So let's say, I'm sorry. Let's say we want these to come in succession. So I'm going to choose this one here, and as you can see, it's coming on right about there. And I want this one to come in afterwards. Let's say once this is on about halfway. So I'm going to put this about halfway there in the animation, right there. And now we're going to have this one come in at that point. Okay, so it's coming in there now. When this one's halfway, we'll move upwards, and I'm going to choose the C one here, and we're going to bring that to about there. Good. Okay, now when this rectangle here is halfway, we'll have this one come on. So it does take a little bit of time to set all these animations in motion. Okay, and we're going to bring that one on right about there. Okay, so ignore these solid bars for a second. What you'll see is that the background bars come one after another. Now we'll have these bars come in after the translucent bars come on. So they end right about there. And now let's go back and do each of these bars. Oh, you see something that's happening here is the A, B, and C are coming on together too. So let's actually line those up with their successive bars. This time I'm going to take snapping on the timeline and turn it on to make things easier. So let's go, A is going to come on at the right time. Let's go to B. So we're going to slide down here to where our B's are right there. And there's our rectangle. We want the B to now match with that. There we go. Okay, let's go to C. So the C we want to match to this one. Good. The D we're going to have match with this one here. So let's move that over here. There we go. And the E will match there. So now you'll notice that the A, B, C, and D are coming on when the background rectangles are coming on. I think I moved that one over a little bit, so let's just move that there. Okay. Okay. Now, once everything is on, we're going to have these bars start coming in. So let's go to A, down here where the A's are, and we'll have this start about there. And again, what I'm going to do is shut off the snapping on the timeline just to make things a little bit easier. And when that's about halfway, we'll get this bar come on. So you see I'm keeping my scrub bar here in the middle so I can align it properly. There we go. When that's halfway, we'll get this one come on. As you can see, I'm running out of time here, so we are going to have to extend this a little bit. And the D, yeah, let's do a bit of an extension here. We're going to do everything. So let's move this to, let's say, 10 seconds, and then we can just move everything over. And again, just for ease, we'll turn the snapping back on. And just snap the end of everything. As you can see, whenever you're doing any type of animation, you really have to plan it out, or you just need to change it afterwards. And there we go. And just a couple more here. Perfect. Okay. So let's go back to where we were here. We're going to get this one here. So the C came on. Go back to the C here. I'm going to go halfway. And we're going to pick the one with D. Right about there. And then we'll finally pick the last one, E. And move it around there. So now, if we go back, you'll see everything come on in succession exactly the way we want. Okay, let's actually make this one a little bit shorter here. Same as that one. Excellent. Okay, now the other thing is we want to take this chart and make it a little bit more centered into, maybe make it a bit smaller. So we can do everything at once. We can, oops, didn't lock that. Let's lock that. That's why it's important to lock your backgrounds. There we go. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is grab everything using the mouse. Now you can see that we have the nodes here so we can move everything at once. I just want to show you that if we move the scrub bar to somewhere where there is an animation, so right here, see it's crossing an animation, the nodes disappear. So we can move this around, and when we get to an area where there is absolutely no animation, now we can grab everything and move them together. So I can take this whole thing, make it a bit smaller, and let's center it here. That looks good. I'm going to take maybe this title here, and we'll center it right in the middle of this one bar here. Okay, let's grab it again, and we can center this nicely on the page. Perfect. And that's it. Okay, so now when we play it, we have a very nice looking infographic chart. So I hope you enjoyed that, and thanks for watching, and happy creating!
In this video, I'm going to show you how to work with groups and layers outside of groups so that you can basically match up your audio and other elements outside of your group. So let's just preview this quick video and it'll give you a better understanding on how and where you can use this feature. Cool, so as you can see, we've got really nice kind of Stomp style music, and the text and the elements and the images and things like that are all basically in sync with the beat. So what we've done is basically enabled a feature where you can create groups of elements. So instead of having a million elements on your timeline and it really being really full and where you can't actually see everything, you can basically group elements into scenes, and you can rename them as scenes, for example, or group, or whatever you want to do there. And if we just go into this group here, you can see I've got my layers that are inside this group, okay, over here. But what I want to do is basically match up my layers with the audio track. And if I go back out of here, you can see I've got my audio track here, but the layers, I can't actually see them because it's not inside that group. So what you can do is basically go into your group, and then you'll see this option over here where it says show all layers. So if I just turn that on, I can now go ahead and actually see the audio waveform for the entire video. Now this is really powerful because you can just zoom in like so, and you can basically match up certain things with your beat. Okay, so if I go back over here, let's go back out of this one and go into another group where we've got text, so can make it a little bit more obvious. Okay, here, so we've got, this one's got some nice text coming through, and you want to make sure that it's in the same beat of here. So I can just go into this group, and you can see that the show all layers is turned on. So now I can see these layers inside my group. I've got 4 layers, and these are basically 4 text layers. So you can see now, if I just zoom in a bit closer, I can basically match up this layer to make sure it's exactly in the same time with this beat. Okay, so if it's about here, you can see it starts. The next beat was about here, so you can see I've aligned this one up. And this one as well was, the main beat was about there, but let's say I want to make it so that it adds about there. I can just go ahead and select this layer and then just simply drag it so that it starts at the same time as that beat. Okay, and if I just zoom out of here, if I just go back out of here and just preview that, so you can see how quick and easy that is to really, make sure that everything's simple on your timeline, and you can actually match up your audio, even if you've got a voiceover narration and you're saying certain things, you can create groups and then just basically click on show all layers, and you can see the audio track, and you can align your text with your voiceover inside your group. Okay, so it's just a quick video showing you a quick tip on how you can really use groups or scenes to basically match up your text, your images, your animations with your overall audio track or voiceover narration.
Hi, Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you how to make this intro video. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is bring in a background. So I chose the lab background, which is right here. And we'll keep that around 10 seconds for now. I always lock my background so that we can't move it when we're moving other items. Let's go grab a character now. In this one, we're going to be using the devices. So we're going to go to devices and bring in the hand with the tablet. Okay, let's expand that out. Okay, and we're going to have a video playing initially. So let's go to the media library. I already downloaded a video from Pixabay, and I looked up the word matrix in videos and came up with this video right here, which looks like a matrix video. Now it's a little bit long, so we're going to go trim that down. It's going to be a little bit shorter, but we'll trim that later. And we'll place it behind the pad. And we'll make it fit the pad. Now we don't have to maintain the aspect ratio here. Great. Okay, so right now this video will be playing in the pad. So what we want is this hand to rise up from the bottom and rotate inwards. So we're going to take the hand now and go to motion, and we're going to do slide and rotate, and we're going to slide and rotate towards the top like that. Now when we do that initially, what happens is it slides in like this. Okay, and I'm going to show you how to change that. First of all, we're going to shut off the fade, so it comes out like that. Now the first thing we have to do is change the rotation point. Right now the rotation point is always set to center, so we're going to set it to the bottom left. And as you can see here, it's coming off from the side. So we go into the animation settings by right-clicking the animation, and we're going to change the starting angle from -90 to 90. And what that does is it will now rotate upwards. Now one thing you'll notice here is as it's rotating upwards, we see the side of the hand here that's being the cutoff part of the hand, and it's on the screen. It doesn't look right. So we're going to change the starting X point, and I've already done some work with this. I'm changing it to -450. Now you might have to play around with this a little bit, but you'll get the hang of this. So when it comes up now, you can see now it looks like it's coming right from the screen. You don't see that cutoff point, and then it'll end right at the right moment here. Okay, so that's the hand coming upwards. We have to do something similar to the video as well. So the first thing I'm going to do is just copy this. So we're going to do a Control-C and Control-V. But what will happen, unfortunately, is these will not line up. So there's a couple things that we have to do to change that. The first thing is, again, we have to change the rotation point because the rotation point does not copy. So we're going to put that to the corner. And again, you'll see that it does not match up exactly. So we have to play with the numbers in the starting point here. And again, I've calculated that to be -350 here and 1600 here. So these are numbers that you can play around with just to see what happens when you rotate it. So now when it comes up, it will rotate, and it looks like it's perfectly centered onto the screen. If we change this to slightly, so let's say I make this, let's say 450 -450. Okay, even though it looks really good here, you'll notice it's a little bit off right here. You see it's not on the screen properly. Okay, so again, just have to play around with this a little bit. Change that, and now it'll come on perfectly fine. Okay, so that's the first step. What we're going to need in a little bit is to have this screen slide off the tablet. So in order to do that, we're going to have to set up a mask. So let's grab a rectangle here, and we're going to put that inside the tablet. Make it just a little bit larger than the screen size there. Okay. And let's rename that to Video Mask. And we're just going to place it down. That's it there. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the video here, right click, and we're going to mask it with the video mask. So now it'll play inside, but what's happening is the video mask is just stuck here statically, and then everything's sliding into it, so you can't see it very well. Okay, the video is being cut off. So what we have to do now is, again, copy this animation with Control-C and then apply it to the shape mask. Okay, but again, what will happen is you'll see it's cut off here because it does not copy the rotation point. So we're going to change the rotation point there. Now it should come on perfectly fine. So now the iPad, the video, and the shape mask are all rotating properly onto the screen. Okay, so we're going to have that come in. It's going to stay there for a second. The next thing that's going to happen is the finger's going to come in and swipe it away. So let's bring that animation in. We're going to go back to the characters, devices, and we're going to bring in the iPad here. Okay, and we're going to change that to the right hand swipe because that's what we're using right now, right at this area. So what's going to happen now, it's over top of the other one, which is fine. And now the hand's going to come in and swipe, just like that. Okay, now as you'll see, if I move this away, okay, the other hand is still there, so this one's just on top of it. Okay, and the reason we're going to leave it like that is that once it's finished and it disappears, we're going to have the original hand there. Okay, so what we want to happen now is the video to slide to the right as he's swiping. So the swipe is going to start somewhere around there. And we're going to go down to the video right there. Okay, and now we're going to add an animation of a position. We're not going to do that to the shape mask. We want the shape mask to maintain itself right here. Okay, and as he's sliding, the end result will be, I'm going to use the Shift key and just move this over off screen. So we're going to bring that off screen. Okay, so what will happen here is he's putting his finger up and swiping across, and moving that across like that is fine. Okay, now once this is swiped away, we need something to replace it. So we're going to add another background here. So let's just grab another rectangle, and we're going to color it with a gradient. I'm just going to choose a couple colors at random here. A couple like nice little blue colors. There we go. So this will be the next background that will be coming in. So let's put that in the middle of the tablet here. There we go. Okay, it's way up here, so we're going to bring that down behind everything because we want it. I'm going to bring it behind the underneath the movie here. Actually, let's bring that just a little above the movie so we can see what's going on. There we go. Okay, and we're going to keep that on the whole time. And we're going to need another mask here because it's going to swipe into a mask. And on one of my other videos, I mentioned that whenever you have masks, you have to have one mask for every item that you're going to be moving. So we're going to create a new mask. Okay, and let's call that one Screen Mask. Okay, that's going to be stationary again. We're going to keep that to the end. We can bring that down, but we won't have to. We're going to go to the rectangle here, which is we'll call that the screen. And we're going to mask it with the Screen Mask. Okay, so remember that masks are invisible. So right now this blue background is within the Screen Mask. And we're going to have this screen slide in from over here and slide in as the video is sliding out. So we're going to have to add another animation here, position. Okay, I'm just going to move it over slightly here. So it's going to start now outside on the other side. So I'm going to slide this over with the Shift key and the arrows, somewhere about there. Okay, I'll just put that back. And what should happen now is as he's sliding this out, that one should slide in. Now it's a little tiny bit off here. You can see there's a little bit edge. So let's start this a little bit closer. Let's move that over right to the edge. Let's see something that even it's overlapped a little bit. Okay, let's see how that looks so far. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now we have the video sliding out and the other screen sliding in. Okay, now as it's slid inwards here, we're going to put a pop-up button. So let's add another rectangle here, make it a little bit thinner. We're going to add a curved edge to it. So we're going to go to Advanced, Border, and we can change the radius here. And we're just going to increase that a little bit, make it curved, which looks good. Okay, and let's add some text. And we'll color that text. Oh, let's just say some blue color here. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's the border, sorry. Let's go back and change that. And we're going to change this text now in the settings to a blue color. There we go. Okay, and we'll just have this say press here. And let's just change the font on that as well. Make it a little bit bolder. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're going to have these items pop up, and we're going to have this on for the entire length of the video here. So let's add, let's see here, a zoom with an elastic scale up. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's add that in here. Control C for copy and paste it here. Okay, and I also like to disable the fade. So this will now pop up. And right about here we're going to have the other finger come on and press this. So we're going to go back to the iPad, bring this on here, and this time we're going to change to just the right hand without the swipe. And what will happen here is the finger will pop up and press, and then slide back off again. So when we have this press right there, we want the button to move. Okay, so we're going to get that right about there, right there. Okay, so at this point we're going to go back to the rectangle here, the button, and we're going to add a scale animation, and it's going to be very quick. So we'll just change that in 1 second. The scale animation is going to start here, and we're going to have it scale down to, let's say, 95% here. So let's see where we are. Okay, right now it's at 7, no, that's at 70. Okay, so that's at 70, and let's go just down 5 degrees here. So let's say make this 65. Okay, that's not exactly what we wanted. Okay, let's undo that. Okay, we did the scale here. Let's just do this manually here. I'm going to just bring that down a little bit like that and like that. And we can center it, let's say right there. There we go. So that comes down there. Okay. And we're going to make that very, very small. So as he's pressing it right there, it goes down, and we want it to pop up again. Okay, so let me just expand that a little bit. We're going to have it even smaller. And then I'm going to duplicate reverse. So what will happen now is it will pop down and up. Down and up. Okay, it might be a little bit off here, but you can change that. Okay, let's just keep it like that for now. And we're going to do the same thing with the text. So we're going to add a scale animation here. Bring that down to about here. Okay, I'll make these all centered perfectly so that way they'll look okay. And we can measure them right here so that they're fairly exact. Do a duplicate reverse. Okay, and let's see what that looks like. Okay, that looks pretty good. So again, he presses it and good, disappears. Excellent. Okay, now at some point we're going to bring the camera in, so we're going to leave that to the end. Right now I'm going to do the background part of here as if the iPad is gone at this point, because it will zoom in and the iPad will disappear. So we're going to now bring in the robot. Okay, let's go back to the studio here, characters. Okay, let's look for the robot somewhere down here. There we go. Let's bring this guy in right there. And he'll slide into about this spot right here. We're going to make him doing the robot dance. Okay, and then he's got some time at the end here, and we will add an action of just idle. Good. Okay, so he's looking good right there. We're going to have him slide in. So we can have him, for example, do a backslide to the left there like that. Make that a little bit shorter. Okay, so that will have him, he'll slide in off screen and on. But again, remember, this area here will not show up at the end, so that's okay that it's like that right now. I'm just going to shut off the fade again. Okay. Let's add a couple things to the screen here. One thing we're going to add is, let's say, some stars. So I'm going to go into the icons and illustrations here, and we'll go to the SVG category, and let's bring in a star. Okay, like that. Okay. And we'll recolor that to, let's say, some type of yellow color. Okay, we're going to have this bounce in. So again, we can have this zoom in with a, let's say, a scale up like that is good, a little bounce. Or maybe we'll do a back scale up is nicer. Okay, and we'll leave that one from the fade. Okay, and then we'll have it pulsate a little bit. So we'll have it as it's coming here. We're going to add an animation, and we'll do a opacity animation where it starts there. We'll have it, well, let's say just drop the opacity down a little bit so it's not completely gone, and then do a duplicate reverse. So what'll happen, it looks like it's flickering a little bit. Okay, and let's duplicate that, and we'll put that somewhere over here, a little smaller, just add a couple little elements there. Okay, the other thing I had was a spinning cog wheel, so we can have that also appear here. And again, let's go up here, and there's a cog wheel right there is good. Put that on screen. Okay, again, remember that this will not appear in the final video. We'll make this a dark color. Let's say just even towards the black or gray, but we're going to turn the opacity way down. Okay, so it just looks like a little bit of a background. Let's make that a little bit larger there. It's good. Now you can see that that's on top, so we can always bring this underneath everything, which is what we will do. And we're going to add a rotation to that. So let's do a rotation, make it quite long. We're going to start there, and the rotation will be, let's see, we do that as rotation, yes, okay. So we're going to start at a 0 rotation, and we can end at, let's just add a number here, so let's see, 300. Okay, so what will happen is this will just spin around. And let's bring this way down to, it has to be above the screen itself, so it really doesn't matter where it is as long as it's underneath everything here. Okay, so, and we're going to duplicate that. And let's bring that to the other side, let's say here. That looks really good. Okay, finally let's go back up to the top here. And as this is rotating around, we're going to have some text pop in underneath the button. So let's just add some text. And we'll change this to this, let's say. Okay, and it will say, let's see, your subtitle goes here. Let's make that smaller. We want to make it smaller than the button. That's good, right underneath there. Okay, and we're going to have this slide down from the top. So let's do a slide bottom, just like that. And we're going to go into animation settings. Okay, we can use fade here, and we're going to do text animation by letters. Okay, we'll keep everything the same here, but there's one thing I'm going to do which I'll show you very shortly. So what's going to happen is this will slide in. As you can see, it's coming from the top. We don't want it to come from the top. We want it to come from under the button. So what we have to do here is change the starting point. Let's go to animation settings again, and we're going to start with the Y, and you can see where it's starting there. It'll start, let's say, there. So now it's really going to start under the button, not from off the screen. So now when we play it, it comes under the button, and there we go. Okay, we have a couple things left to do. We have to do the camera, and we're going to add some music and sound effects. Let's do the music and sound effects first. I've already downloaded some here from the media library. There's a pop, whoosh. I downloaded a screen ident music called Run Joey Run. We can add that in right now. So let's go to the beginning here and add that in. And that's the one that sounds like this. Okay, and we're going to add some sound effects here. So let's see, when he's pushing this over, we're going to add a whoosh right about there. So we can add that in there. So it sounds like this. Okay. Oh, there's a little bit of a mistake here still. That's not moving enough here. There's a band of the background. What I'm going to do to change that is let's get into there. Okay, into that, and we're going to change the easing on that. I'm going to move this to easing 3 and see if that works. That should work a little better. Yeah. So there's some of this you have to play around with. And there's still a little bit right there where that's easing out. Okay, so let's actually move this. Let's see what happens when we change the video here. The other thing we do is make the, actually let's make this move a little bit faster. Why don't we do that? So we're going to reduce this just slightly so that when he moves it, it moves a little bit faster over top. There's different ways to do this, so you can figure out the best way for you. Okay, there's still a bit of a problem there, but let's move that there, see how that works. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, let's get back up to the sound effects. So when this pops on right about there, we're going to add this first pop. And then when he presses the button right there, we're going to add something called phone typing. And I just looked that up and found that one. That one looked pretty good. And that's that. Okay, last thing we're going to do is some camera work here. So as he's pressing the button, just before the robot comes on right there, we're going to add a camera zoom. So let's go to camera, and we're going to add an animation here. So there's the start. The end will be the entire screen, so we don't see anything else there. Let's move that down a little bit. Maybe right about there. Okay, we want to get that on before he's on there, so let's do that. So we'll play like he'll press that and zoom in, and the robot comes on. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, well there you have it. Needs a little bit of tweaking, but you get the idea, and I hope you enjoyed that, and thanks for watching. Hi, Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you how to do this reveal of a PhotoVibrance video. Okay, so the first thing I did was make a PhotoVibrance video of a dirt bike. So we're going to place that in here, and let's expand that. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to just lock that in place. And now we're going to bring in the same image that I got from Pexels, which is right here. And as you can see, it's a different size. So the first thing we're going to do is just expand it. And in order for us to see exactly where it is, I'm going to lower the opacity so we can see the video underneath it. Now, as you can see, it's the wrong size. So this is where a little bit of a trick here. We can just go in and we're going to just use the nodes to try and make it as best fit as possible. And we just line that up. Okay, now you can spend a little more time doing this. I'm just going to do it as best as I can right here just for the purpose of this video. And let's go back to fit screen. Okay, and let's set the opacity back to 100. There we go. So there's many ways that you can do this, but one of the ways that I've chosen to do this was to create a mask and have the mask move to reveal the video underneath. So remember, a mask is invisible. So what I'm going to do right now is just bring in a rectangle, and we're going to expand that to the size of the screen. Okay, and we can rename this image mask. Okay, and we're going to take the image and mask it with the image mask. Great. So now here is the image itself, and if we take this mask and move it, okay, we're going to move it to the side here. The video is actually playing underneath. So when I play this, you'll see the image is here. You can see the line separating it. The image is there and the movie is there. Okay. Now, as we can see, the image is still a little bit offset here. So again, do the best you can with lining that up. I'm just going to leave it as is. So let's put that back full size for the shape mask. All right, now here's how I made the line. What I did was I used the mask and I put a border around it. So let's go to advanced and we're going to do a border. Let's say something like that, and I'm going to color it black. Now you can see the border around the whole edge here, so I'm going to make this mask oversized so all you can see will be this line right here. Okay, and let's now just set that to the left side of the page. Okay, I'm just going to use the arrows to bring it in a little bit just so we can see it a little bit better right there. So that's the starting point. Okay, now we're going to bring in a couple of shapes. So I chose this shape right here. Okay, and again we can color that black and make it smaller. Let's say like that. Maybe a bit thinner if you want. You can use any shape you want. You can do this any way you like. And we're going to put that right up at the top and just center it. Now if you can't see exactly where it is, if you want to make this exact, we can zoom in on this and see that that looks pretty centered there. Okay, don't forget to use your zoom in and zoom out so you can really make things exact. Okay, so we're going to bring this across the entire length here like that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to leave the image and the video exactly where they are. The image will only play within the mask. So what we're going to do is move the mask so as it moves out of the way, it'll reveal the video underneath. So let's start right around here. So let's say we're going to start here and have the image in for a few seconds. And now we're going to add a custom animation. Let's make it like that. And we're just going to do position. There we go. Okay. So this is the start position right here. The end position will be somewhere over here. So I'm going to grab the shift key because now we can just move it along the horizontal without having to worry about moving it up and down. Okay, and I'm going to move this. There it is. I'm sorry, here we go. Across. Let's say to about there. Okay, so now what's going to happen is the mask will move from here and move across, revealing the video underneath. That flashing won't happen in the final video. Okay, great. And we're going to do the same thing with this, the pointer here. So I'm going to add a custom animation to that. Okay, we'll line this up nicely in a second. And we're going to then, again, have this as a position. And at the end, we're going to move this across and that right in line with that. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty exact. That's great. Okay, now again, in order to make this exact here so we can see that it's starting and stopping at the exact position, we're going to zoom in here using the time zoom here. And you can see that it's starting at the same point here. Move this over here. This one is at this level here, so we can move this over. And again, we'll zoom back out. Great. Okay, now that's the top node here. So you can see that's going to slide like that. I always like to do the animation first before you reproduce it, so that way when you duplicate it, it's going to duplicate the animation as well. Otherwise you just have to repeat it again. So now let's take this one here and we're going to rotate it 90 degrees. Let me see if I grab onto that here. Oh, let's just move it down first of all. And we're going to rotate that 90 degrees. Great. And we can use the Shift key and slide it right down to the bottom here. And that's it. So now it's going to slide over. We're going to end the result here also at the bottom. So let's take this and slide it down here right to there. Perfect. Oops, that was a mistake. There we go. Let's see if that looks okay there. It's great. So what's going to happen now is the slider will move across and reveal the PhotoVibrance video underneath. Now what I did also, in order to have it slide back and forth, I'm just going to move this up a little bit so we can see a little bit more of the timeline. I'm going to right click here and do a duplicate reverse and give it a little bit of space and duplicate reverse, and again line that up here and duplicate reverse. Looks good. And we're going to do that one more time. And do everything here like that. And one more here. So now what will happen, I'll just bring that back in a little bit there, is the video will play, it'll stay here on the picture. It'll slide across, reveal the video, stay here, go back to the picture, and then back again. So this way you can reveal what your video looks like as compared to the image itself. So when we play it, there we go, zoom us back, and that's it. Well, I hope you enjoyed that and learned something there, and happy creating. Hi, it's Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you how to use the video change speed option. So you'll see in this clip that the initial part of the clip is done at regular speed, and in the second part of the clip I took the action portion and made it slow motion. So let's see how we're going to do that. The first thing I did was download a video from Pixabay, and we're going to expand that here. Now in this video, the end of it actually has a slow motion sequence, so I want to cut that out. So we're going to just go right to the end of where they're landing. Let's say we're about there, and I'm just going to cut up to that point. Okay, let's make that a little bit bigger so we can see the entire video. There we go. So the video is about a little over 4 seconds here. Okay, now when we watch this video, you'll see that there's an action sequence right there that we're going to cut and make that slow motion. So let's find the starting point there. Let's say right about there. So we can't use the speed option in the middle of a video. So what we're going to have to do is actually cut this video into pieces. And how we do that is as follows. I'm going to create a duplicate. And this is the point where we want to start the slow motion. So we're going to take the original video. I'm going to just cut it right about there. And then we're going to take the duplicate and then slide it in the other direction so they snap together. One thing to keep note of is that the snapping on the timeline must be on. Okay, let's just move the scrub bar forward. right to where they land and where we want to stop the slow motion. Oh, let's say somewhere about there. And we create another duplicate. And now we'll take this one here and bring it down to about that point. And this one we're going to snap to here. So now we really have 3 versions of the video at 3 different points. So when we play it, it still looks like one video. We're going to leave the front one and the end one alone, and we're going to go to the middle one. And now we go over to the side menu here where it says speed. Now what you'll see is that it's at 100% by default, and if we move the slider as we make it faster, you'll notice that the clip gets shorter, and if we make it slower, the clip gets longer. So I'm going to create a speed here of 35%. And because this is the entire clip here, we're going to take the end portion and again snap it to the end. So that way both parts are synchronized to each other. So now what we'll have when we play it is the initial part's fast, the middle part is slow down, and it'll speed up again at the end, which is exactly what we want. Now one thing I just want to mention is that to have slow motion, it's best if you can get a video with a higher frame rate, for example 60 frames per second. It's not necessary, but it just looks a little better. So I hope you enjoyed that, and happy creating!
Now I've created some projects to give you some examples of how you can use these. So first of all, what I want to do is show you how to blend in your text with footage below. Okay, so basically what you want to do is add some footage, add your text on top, and go to mode, and then simply hover your mouse and go over to overlay. And you're about to see now that we've got this really nice blended look with our text and our footage merging together. And if you want the text to stand out more, what you could do is either duplicate it by using Command D like that, or what you could also do is if you select your text, go to Advanced and then go to Shadow and just bring up the blur like this, and you can create a really nice looking glow effect with your text. And if you really adjust the whiteness, you can see how the transparency, sorry, you can see how much it affects your text. Okay, so it's a really cool way that you can blend text with footage. The next one I want to show you is how you can add snow or rain or other overlays on top of your footage, and it doesn't have to be a transparent MOV. So what I've done is just downloaded some footage. It's basically an MP4 video with some snow like this, and I'm just going to drag and drop it on top and just resize it. And let's just go and bring it down actually over like so to make it nice and neat. And all I want to do is basically click on mode and then go over to screen. And the screen mode basically removes the black parts of your video. So if you preview this like so, you see got a really nice looking snow overlay on that. And you can also select the one lighten as well. That one also works quite well, but screen looks probably the best with this footage. Another one I'll show you is transitions. So you can get some really cool video transitions, and if it just has a black or a white background, you can really remove that without having to use like a green screen tool. So let's just drag this transition over here. And this one's a really nice one of like kind of a snow ice effect. And I just want to reveal what's underneath this transition. So let's just position that in the middle. And again, just go to mode, go to screen, or you can go to lighten as well. One of these ones looks really good, but I'm going to use screen, and you'll have to see if I play this through. We've got a really nice transition effect. Cool, so the next one I want to show you is how you can actually colorize, footage or images or even, I guess, characters in one specific color. So what I've got here is just some text, and I've got a rectangle, okay? So if I just remove that rectangle, you'll be able to see this is the footage below. It's just like a blue video background. And all I've done is basically added a rectangle over here. I'll just go ahead and do it as well, again, like this. And I'll just drag this down like so. And I'll delete that one. Okay, so I've got my rectangle here, and I'm just gonna call this one color. And I'm just gonna go and grab a color like purple, for example. And I'll click on mode, and then if I go over to the color screen mode, you'll be able to see that it's added that purple color on top of my footage, okay? So I could go through, and change it to any kind of color. Let's say you want a red background like that. And you'll be able to see if I play this footage through, it really works well with blending the colors together, so you can quickly create new footage, I guess, from your same footage using the color type overlay. Okay, so just adding a rectangle and using the mode color, and you can adjust the color and stylize your footage. Now another really cool one that I really like, especially with explainer style videos, or to add any kind of texture to your video, is what you can do is, let's say for example we've got some scrumpled paper. This is just a JPEG image. I'm just going to drag it down like so, and just again resize it, place it on top, and I'll just spin this around and scale it up like so. Okay, so I've got my image here, and what I want to do is basically overlay this on my explainer video. And what I would normally do is just try and adjust the opacity, but you can see that it gives this kind of white tint feel, and it doesn't really blend that well with my actual video. So what I want to do is basically bring out these dark cracks to add that texture. So all you need to do is simply go to mode, and if you've got a light image like this paper one over here, you can either select darken or multiply. Multiply works best, so you can see over here like that, and I've got this really nice texture on my explainer video like that. You can see like so. And if you want to make it a bit more subtle, you can again adjust the opacity to bring it down so it's not such a heavy effect. But this looks really, really good, to add some extra style to your explainer style videos. Cool, so now what I want to show you is how you can, like, for example, add like a moon to one of your backgrounds. I've got like a footage of a moon over here. I'll just resize this down, bring it across. Okay, so all I'm going to do is again just go to mode and go to screen, and you can see I've got a really nice looking moon. Or I can go to lighten as well, that probably might look a bit better. And you'll be able to see if I just play this through. This is actually a video of a moon, okay? You can see it works really well, just kind of removing that black part of your footage. And you can be creative and find lots of different types of footage that you can use this screen type effect on. Okay, so those are the main ones I want to show you. There's heaps of other things you can do with blend mode, so make sure to check out YouTube. You'll be able to find some other tutorials on that, and we'll also be bringing out some cool tutorials on other things you can do with blend modes. Also, we've added a really nice feature to our green screen option. So if I just grab my green screen footage here and go to advanced and go to remove color, I'll just select the green over here, whoops, bring it over here, and bring up the tolerance like that. Okay, cool. So this one's quite a clear cut because the green screen's quite done quite well. But you can see that, for example, if I made it a bit lower like this, around the edges it's quite harsh. So we've added this option to add edge fading, okay, and it basically smooths out the edges, so you have a really nice clean look for your green screen footage, okay? And again, you can just play around the tolerance, maybe bring this up a little bit, maybe like 7, bringing the edge fading around like so. You can see I've got a really nice clean look on this green screen now, okay? So yeah, play around with that. I hope you enjoyed this green screen option. We've also added the option to add custom dimensions for your projects inside the editor. Just like that, for example, and you can make it square or adjust it however you like inside the actual editor. And a really helpful option we've added as well is being able to multi-select different tracks and resizing them all at once like this, okay? So you can really play around with that and get things done a lot faster than having to do it manually one by one. So I hope you enjoyed these updates. Make sure to download the latest version to see these updates in your account. And as always, have fun creating. Okay, so what you can do now is, if I just exit this camera mode and grab this character and go to advanced, you'll see we've got the option to replace colors. So if I click on replace colors and just zoom in a bit, what I want to do is change the color of his top. So if I click on the add replace, click on the color selector, and then go grab this red color, I can then go and adjust this color of his clothes by simply changing it up like this. Maybe you want to make it blue or a pink. You can really play around with it and make a really nice looking character. And you can adjust the tolerance so that depending on the color that's selected, you can have a less of an effect. But let's say you also want to go through and add another color replacement and change that yellow and maybe make it green. yeah, you can really play around with it and have a lot of fun with this. And again, adjust the tolerance. You can also adjust the brightness and saturation. So something like that. And let's go and add another color replacement. And maybe we'll just, maybe this back bit. So I'm going to select the color selector. And maybe make this green color. Okay, something like that. And again, you want to kind of play around with the tolerance as well as the brightness and saturation, and you can see how quickly you can go through and adjust these colors. So yeah, that's another tool that we've added in to help you to customize the characters a bit more. And yeah, those are the main features that we've added in this update. Make sure to update to the latest version inside CreateStudio. And yeah, if you like this video, give it a like, and we really appreciate it if you could add a review as well, either to Trustpilot or Capterra. It really helps us with our business. So yeah, thanks again for checking out this video. Hope you enjoy this update and have a great day.
Hi, Arnie here, and today I'm going to show you how to make this attention-grabbing video. Okay, so first of all, I want to mention that a couple of the assets used can be purchased for a few credits, or are included in your All Access Pass. So the first thing I did was grab a video from Pexels. So we're going to place that here. And make sure that it's expanded. And it's a little bit long, so let's reduce that down here. Maybe to about 8 seconds. Okay, we're going to lock that in place for now. Then we're going to go into the studio to the scroll stoppers and go to UI, which is user interface. And I chose the standard headline right here. We're going to bring that in here. Okay, now that's a little bit large, so I'm going to just zoom in on that. Okay, and let's ungroup this and unlock that one. Good. Okay, let's grab that again. And I'm going to make that a bit smaller here to fit the middle. And let's fit to screen here so we can see everything at once. Great. Okay, one thing I always like to do beforehand also is to make sure that the snapping on the canvas is on. Again, we can highlight that and grab it, and let's center that right about there. Perfect. Now where it says replace media, I already downloaded also, just to show you here, a picture of a dolphin. So I'm going to do that. So we're going to take this, replace, and replace that with a dolphin. Now it's a little bit low, so I'm going to just bring that up. Now if you recall also, if you press the Shift key, you can slide along the vertical or along the horizontal without it moving up and down and in the other direction. Okay, so let's just bring that up, let's say to about that. So it looks fairly centered. Good. Okay, the next step we're going to do is go back into Studio and to scroll stoppers. And let's look for a couple of effects here. So the one that I downloaded, there was two here. One is the fish, so let's grab that one. Okay. And let's see, that's just that size. So let's bring everything here down to match the fish here. I know we can do this all at once, but it's easy just to do it like that. That's fine. Okay, we'll unlock that one and again make these nice and even. Perfect. And lock that again. Okay, so we're going to take the fish now and reduce it in size to match the size of where the dolphin is. Okay, I'll bring that up something like that. Okay, maybe we'll squish that down a little bit, see how that looks. And we'll just bring that underneath the dolphin and the headline there. So we're going to bring this down to there. Okay, that's good. Now if you want to get this exact, you can really zoom in here and you can see, for example, where the dolphin is, which is right there. And we can just expand that out right to the edge. Same thing with the fish. We can expand that right out to the edge so it looks a little bit neater. Okay, you can do that on the other side as well. Control 0 will bring us back here. Great. So now when it's playing, that looks pretty good so far. Okay, so we're going to start off zoomed in on the dolphin and then bring the shark in. So let's just bring the shark in right now. Let's just do it right here. We're going to go again to the scroll stopper effects and bring that shark in. And he will come in like, there he is. Okay, it's centered nicely, so let's leave him there. And I'm just going to reduce, again, the size there. Okay, so now we just got to play around with the zoom effect. So we'll open up the camera, and we're going to start this off zoomed in right on the dolphin. So let's say right about there. Okay, then before the shark comes in, we're going to start zooming out. So we're going to grab the camera effect here and do an animation, and we will have the end result as large as the entire ad here, not the entire screen. So right about here. Okay, so all we'll see at the end is the dolphin in the headline, not above and below it. Okay, so if we just watch how that's going to come in, this will start expanding, and then the shark will come in from the side. Okay, so let's see how that looks. And that's it. So I hope you enjoyed that. Play around with it. There's lots of different effects you can do with this, and have fun. Hi, Arnie here, and today we're going to do a video on rotation and perspective. So I brought in a background, and I'm first going to explain to you about the X, Y, and Z or Z axis. So the x-axis is the horizontal axis, the y-axis is the vertical axis, and the z-axis is the axis that goes into the page and out of the page. So we're looking at it face on. So I brought in a video here of one of my tutorials. Okay, normally we look at this straight on, but let's have a little fun here and change some of the perspective and rotation, which has a very interesting effect. So let's look over here at the rotation section. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the Z rotation, which is the standard rotation that we're used to. For the X rotation, we rotate around the X or horizontal axis. And for the Y rotation, we rotate around the Y or vertical axis, like so. Now, as you can see, it goes right into the page. And as we move it around, what you'll notice that's interesting is that we can actually have it reverse, and we can see the video from behind. Okay, so let's just set that back to 0. Now something else that we have here is called 3D perspective. Now that doesn't occur when we're using the Z-axis, but when you rotate with the Y or X axis, so you'll see what happens is there's a very large perspective here where it looks like it's going right into the screen. Now as we reduce the 3D perspective, it actually flattens out that perspective. So 100% is the most perspective. Okay, let's just set these back to 0, and let's see if we can do some interesting animation with this. Okay, so again, I have a background, and we're going to take this video now, and we're going to add an entry to it. Okay, so let's go to the slide in, and let's use the back slide left. Okay, now we're going to have it do a few things. First, I'm just going to shut off the fade. And we're going to add some custom animation. Okay, and here we're going to use the rotation. And so we're going to have it come in, slide in, and then we're going to have it rotate using the Y rotation. Okay, let's add another animation here. And this time we're going to do some rotate, and we're going to add a bit of scale, and I always like to add position into that as well in case we move it a little bit. Okay, we'll go to the end of the animation, and let's reduce that Y rotation a bit. And we're going to increase the size a little bit and center that as best we can there. That's good. Okay, let's add another animation here. Okay, this time we're going to use position and rotation again, and this time we're going to reduce the Y rotation back to 0 and now add some X rotation. Okay, we're going to make it negative here so it tilts downwards into the screen, or rather back into the screen. Okay, we'll add just one more here. And we'll just increase the scale and position here and bring the video a little bit down and out towards us. Okay, that looks good there. Okay, so now when we play it, you see we have a very interesting effect with our video. Experiment with it, have lots of fun with it. You can do lots of very interesting effects, and I hope you enjoyed that. And happy creating! Hi, today I'm going to show you an advanced shadow technique called a cast shadow. Now, a cast shadow emanates from the foot of the character, like when you're standing outside in the sun. Now, this type of shadow takes some preparation, as you'll have to create the character animations in advance. So let me show you how that's done. The first thing we're going to do is bring in a character. Let's bring in Susie here. We'll bring her onto the screen. And I'm going to give her some animation. So we have to know what the animation will be in advance. So that way when we create the shadow, it will follow the same motions. So first of all, let's say we're going to have her waving, and then I'll add an action, and she'll give us the thumbs up, and let's add one more and she'll be presenting. So when we play it, this is what she's going to look like. First of all, we're going to create the shadow, so let's go over to the Advanced tab and to Shadow. We're going to keep the blur at 0, and we're going to make the offset a little bit off here, but we actually want it way away from her. So I'm going to actually put here 1000. The reason for this is we're going to save a video with only the shadow. So in this case, we actually want Susie off the screen. And I'm going to make the shadow as dark as possible. So back to Advanced, we're going to Color, and we're going to do full black on white here. Great. So that's the preparation, and what we're going to do now is save the video. Okay, and now we're going to publish it. Choose our destination, and we will call this Cast Shadow. Save, and publish. We're going to bring this video back onto the canvas and manipulate it. Great. Okay, so let's bring Susie back onto the screen here, and let's get rid of this shadow. So let's put this back to 0. Let's go to Media, and we'll import a file here, the cast shadow that we just did, the MP4. Open it up, and bring it onto the screen. There it is, and you can see it's black with a white background. But what we're going to do is take this video, again go to Advanced, and remove color. Right here is remove color. We're going to enable that to on, and we're going to use the color picker and pick the background of white. Now you'll see that the shadow is transparent. It has a transparent background, but if I overlay this, you'll see there's still a little bit of white along the edges. So let's use the threshold and get rid of that as much as we need to, right about there. So now we have a black shadow, and if I play them both together, you'll see that it does exactly what Susie's doing. So here's where the magic happens. First of all, let's bring this shadow behind Susie. As you can see here, we'll lighten her up, reducing the opacity by quite a bit. And now I can manipulate this. So we're going to bring it down. And then we're going to go back to Advanced. And we're going to go to Skew, which basically tilts whatever you skew. So we're going to take this and skew it off to the side with the X skew and bring it just to where her feet are. So now when we play, her shadow is doing everything that she is. Let's now bring in a background right here. Now we're going to bring that to the bottom. Okay, let's position Susie and make her just a little bit smaller here. We can bring the shadow in like this. You can see it's actually going up on the log a little bit, but let's just bring that down to us a little bit more like that. Make sure it's aligned to the bottom of her feet. And now, when Susie waves and does her thumb up and presents, you can see her cast shadow in the background. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial, and happy animating! Hi, I'm Arnie, and today I'm going to show you a tutorial on using shadow. Shadow can be used on any item, such as a character, icons, text, and shapes, and can highlight or emphasize objects, show depth, and be used as a glow effect. So let's get started. When you press on an item, just click the Advanced tab and click Shadow. There are 4 variables to control. Choose your color and opacity, and then press back. Then you can adjust the blur. The higher the value, the more the blur. Then you can choose to offset the shadow horizontally using the X offset and vertically using the Y offset. Here are some examples demonstrating highlighting a character, showing depth, and using a glow effect. Take note of the variables I chose to demonstrate these effects. Have fun and just play around with it and experiment. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and happy animating!